Is the top of the hour, and of course, breaking news. The voters have spoken. CNN projects Democrat Doug Jones wins a stunning victory in the Senate election in Alabama. This is a special CNN Tonight. I'm Don Lemon. Thank you for staying up with us. An incredible victory for the Democratic candidate in one of the reddest of red states. I want you to listen to this joyful reaction at Doug Jones' headquarters.
That's right. He will be the next United States Senator from Alabama. He beats Roy Moore in this really exciting contest. Doug Jones comes from behind, takes the lead, and now CNN projects he will be the next senator. First time in 25 years.
The senator-elect, Doug Jones, saying this in his victory speech tonight.
This entire race has been about dignity and respect. This campaign has been about the rule of law. This campaign has been about common courtesy and decency and making sure everyone in this state, regardless of which zip code you live in, is going to get a fair shake in life.
Jones defeating Republican Roy Moore, an accused child molester endorsed by the President of the United States. And make no mistake, the leadership of the GOP is breathing a sigh of relief tonight that they may be rid of Roy Moore. Though Moore did not concede tonight and instead said there could be a recount. But this tweet from Republican Senator Jeff Flake says it all. It says, quote, "Decency wins." And here's what a source is telling CNN about the vote tonight. Devastating for the president. President Trump retweeting congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a big victory, he said, but a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at this seat in a very short period of time. It never ends. But now get used to it, because it's something you haven't heard in more than 20 years. Alabama has a Democratic senator, Senator Doug Jones. So let's get right to it now. CNN's Alex Marquardt is at Doug Jones' headquarters in Birmingham, Alabama for us. Alex, take us there. A huge night for the Democrat Doug Jones. He just won this seat, formerly held by Jeff Sessions. What can you tell us? What's it like there?
Well, Don, I will let the music do the speaking for me. If you listen to what's going on behind me, the DJ has just put on "We Are the Champions." The party is still very much going on here at Jones headquarters. The candidate has since left, but if you look over here, his followers, his fans, his voters are still here relishing the moment. They are not going home. This is the moment they have been waiting for a very long time. 25 years since Alabama last elected a Democratic senator. Now, they likely don't know that Moore has not yet conceded, but they likely don't care. Now, we should give credit where credit's due. There was a huge get-out-the-vote effort by Doug Jones in the final leg of this race. But really, the main reason that Doug Jones was able to win tonight was because of Roy Moore. So many Alabamians found him so uniquely repulsive and embarrassing that they couldn't go out and vote for him. Now, coming into tonight's election, I was speaking with the senior-most members of the campaign. They said that it was neck and neck, that it was very tight, and they didn't know how it was going to turn out. For most of the night, Moore had the lead, but the Jones campaign was confident. They knew that the big metropolitan hubs, whether it was Mobile, Montgomery, Birmingham, and Huntsville, that those places would deliver, and deliver they did, and they delivered a lot sooner than expected. Huge eruption of cheers taking place when CNN, which was playing in the background, projected this victory for Doug Jones. Now, the Jones campaign has not responded to the fact that Moore has not yet conceded. That will likely come tomorrow morning. It cannot be overstated what a big deal a Democrat has been elected here for the Senate in Alabama. Don?
Yeah, and I can second that. Having lived in Birmingham for a while, you're absolutely right. Let's talk about that recount that they're asking for now. I want to go to Caitlin Collins. She's at Roy Moore's headquarters in Montgomery, Alabama. So, Caitlin, Moore is asking for a recount. Explain what's going on.
Well, Don, the Roy Moore campaign is hanging on for dear life at this point, with the candidate refusing to concede this election to Doug Jones, despite it being called for him. And he came out on stage here in what was supposed to be his victory night party and told his supporters to wait it out and let God take over. And he was following his campaign chairman, Bill Armistead, who had been on stage shortly before him talking recounts and citing an Alabama law that requires a recount if there's the margin of victory is within half of a percentage point. Doug Jones is up higher than that, so it's unclear how that would help. But Roy Moore told his supporters to go home and sleep on it. Don.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. I appreciate it. I want to get to John King. John is over at the Magic Wall. John, I had been watching you all evening. It was close, it was close, it was close, and all of a sudden, Doug Jones's call. What happened?
What happened, Don, was profound, significant Democratic intensity and turnout, and just enough Republican doubts, or you might say Republican disgust. Let's look at it as we go through it. Number one, you see all this blue right here. You said you lived in Birmingham. You know how important Jefferson County is to a Democrat statewide in Alabama. You know how long it's been since a Democrat won a Senate race in Alabama. Look at the margin here in Jefferson County, 68 to 30.2 right there. Doug Jones starting by building up a big lead where he needed to in the biggest metropolitan area and the suburbs of Birmingham. Come down to Montgomery, 72% to 27% right there. Again, doing what he needs to do in areas where you have an African-American base of the Democratic Party. You cannot overstate the impact of African-American voters right here. It's called the Black Belt in Alabama. That's because of the topsoil, the rich topsoil, but the African-American electorate, whether it was in Montgomery, Selma, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, up here in Huntsville, huge for Doug Jones. That was the big margin. Democratic turnout. Look at these lopsided margins. Selma, it's a relatively small county, came in at just the right time, though, just when Doug Jones was a little bit behind, 75 to 25 in Dallas County, where Selma is. That put Doug Jones in the game. And then look at this. I want to show you something. This is Shelby County. These are the suburbs just outside Birmingham. You know this area very well. Roy Moore won with 55, 56% of the vote. But let's go back in time when he last ran for Chief Justice. 63% of the vote here. So his performance in the Republican suburbs is down. One of the reasons for that? Obviously, some of them crossed over to vote for Doug Jones. But Don, as we go through the recount here, a margin here, 21,000 votes, 22,783 write-in ballots. There is no question. Some of these will be disqualified. We need to see exactly who they're for. But there is absolutely no question that Republicans who just couldn't do this and instead did this helped Doug Jones to history tonight.
Mr. John King, thank you. Great work all evening. I appreciate that. I want to bring in now CNN political analysts Joshua Green, April Ryan, and Kirsten Powers. Also CNN political commentators Matt Lewis, Paul Begala, Simone Sanders, Ed Martin, and Anna Navarro. Good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are in the Simone, I want to go with you. But how did he pull it off? African-American voter turnout? Was that the key?
I mean, absolutely. So it's a combination. And so, one, I'd like to say this is a good day to be a black woman in America. And I'll be gloating for the next 24 hours, just so everyone on this panel.
I mean, it's a good day to be a woman in America, any color.
Well, I wouldn't just say just a woman, because 65% of white women in Alabama cast their vote not for Doug Jones. And I think that's significant. And so what happened was, yes, you had a surplus of African-American voters. That just didn't happen overnight. You had a coalition of over 27 groups in Alabama coordinating, and they were not coordinating about a specific candidate. These were independent expenditures that said, we're going to turn out black people with black people on the issues. And that work was then supported by, yes, the work of the campaign, but work of other outside national groups, folks like Heritage USA and Senate Majority PAC. We put nearly $1 million into a black digital program.
But for 30% of the people who showed up to vote to be African American in a special election, is that unprecedented? That's huge.
It's extraordinary in Alabama. It's extraordinary. Most of the modeling in the polling, I would talk to the Jones campaign and people helping him. They were modeling it on about 25%.
Right.
If it got higher, that was better. 30 is extraordinary, and Doug Jones owes this victory to a whole lot of people.
Well, I think it was the first. He said, "I want to thank first of all."
Yes, he did.
African Americans.
Yes, he did. And think about this in terms of our history. A man accused of preying on teenage girls was defeated by a man who convicted Klansmen who murdered teenage girls. The arc of the moral universe is indeed long, and tonight it went towards justice.
Yeah. Let's go to the White House, Ed. Supporter of the president. Right. So he gave a full-throated endorsement of Roy Moore. A source close to us says tonight's result devastating for the president, saying, quote, "This is an earthquake. This is a huge embarrassment."
Well, look, I mean, I think the quote he used in the tweet was a hard-fought Doug Jones, as you said. And Simone, I listened in the green room before talking about how they did it. And like you said, it was not Doug Jones only, but all these outside groups, and it was great. And I think, look, I said from the beginning, we ought to have, I thought Roy Moore deserved his chance to run, and if he won, he should be seated and be there, and he lost. And that's how the system works. So he lost fair and square in a hard-fought race. I think most people concede. Come again when we elect, we'll probably, I already saw David French, no fan of the president, saying we'll replace him with a Republican next time around. But, hey, it's a hard-fought win. The president's got to say now, wait a second, what happened? I want to point out, Paul and I talked about this. In 2009, when Scott Brown won his race, Obama had to pass Obamacare through the House because they lost the Senate. Brown was going to block it. I think what's going to happen now is the president's going to force through this tax bill, and I'm saying again on this show, I've said it before, the tax bill will be a disaster for Republicans because it's a bad bill.
It's a disaster now.
And if they force this through now in the next 24 hours to change the subject, you watch what will happen in 2018 when the base really looks up and says, we don't recognize that as why we elected Trump. So it's a big, it's a tough day, but it's what it's what races are about. It's great for America.
Do you agree it is a tough day? And what does this mean for Steve Bannon?
Look, I mean, I think Steve Bannon would be the first to tell you that all that stuff gets overplayed and everybody, Karl Rove, Paul Begala, none of these guys are geniuses.
Yeah.
I think Bannon's going to be back.
Not at all. Not at all.
What does this mean for
I
them?
hope so. Stay in the game, Steve Bannon. We need you.
It's not a good night for Steve Bannon. I mean, he put in more to this race, to this candidate, to rescuing Moore's candidacy when it looked like he was going to get pushed out by Mitch McConnell, by Sean Hannity, by just about everybody in the Republican Party. He flew down to Alabama, repeatedly said, this is my candidate. Republicans need to vote for him. I think that helped revive Moore's candidacy. But clearly we can see that the conservative voters of the state of Alabama rejected him. And that hurts nobody more than Steve Bannon.
Here's what the president tweeted tonight. Congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a very big factor, but a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at the seat in a very short period of time. It never ends! Exclamation points. What's your reaction to this tweet, April? Can he separate himself from this loss? He's basically a two-time loser when it comes to the Alabama Senate race.
Yes, he is. You know, this president took the high road in this tweet, but he took his jab, but he took the high road. He had to in the midst of all of his tweets of late. He had to do that. But at the same time, there is a disconnect because apparently he must be angry because he did not talk to the candidate to know that the candidate was not going to concede tonight. So there's a disconnect somewhere. But I also want to go back to the Steve Bannon thing, and also I want to say something about Selma. Steve Bannon put himself in a position to be kingmaker. He lost. This president is now reassessing who Steve Bannon is to him because the president wants to win. He is this brand of winning. He looks like a loser tonight, a big loser, one of the biggest losers ever. Essentially, his candidate was fired. Yeah. So, you know, and then...
He and the president have been recruiting more Roy Moore-like candidates for other races.
Yes, in Alabama, a state with...
The reddest of the red states. The
reddest of the red states, but a state with a history of some of the things that Roy Moore was talking about rejected him tonight. It may have been close, but it was rejected. And what was interesting, as John King says, the black belt, he calls it black belt because of rich soil, but in that black belt is Selma, Alabama. And I remember traveling to Selma, Alabama a couple of years ago with then President Barack Obama for the anniversary of Bloody Sunday. That town, if you made the picture of that day black and white, it would still look like it was the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
The only thing that's different is integration. They said no more, we changed, and that was significant tonight.
Yeah. I want to know what the idea of this recount, is it real or is it, I see Ed Martin shaking his head. Yeah. We'll get his response and others when we come right back. Don't go anywhere. Here's our breaking news of this hour. CNN projects Democrat Doug Jones has won the special Senate race in Alabama, though Republican Roy Moore is not conceding tonight, saying there could be a recount. Joining me now is the mayor of Birmingham, Alabama, Randall Woodfin. Mr. Woodfin, thank you so much, Mayor. You must be feeling great after the stunning result.
I am. This is a great night for Alabama. I'll tell you, Doug Jones' victory represents the best of Alabama. This is a great night, not just for Democrats, not just for Alabamians, but for America.
Mayor, why do you think the people of Alabama ultimately decided to elect Doug Jones instead of Roy Moore?
Don, to be honest with you, as I took a look at this race, you know, one thing is it's already an uphill battle, not just for Democrats, but just for a special election that it boils down to turnout. But when it came down to the messaging and the issues facing Alabamians, what was under assault was values and integrity and just overall decency. And I think Doug Jones represented the best of that. And it wasn't necessarily anti-Roy Moore. It was more of pro-Doug Jones, having somebody not just representing and fighting for Democrats, but fighting for all Alabamians. And Doug Jones represented the best of that.
What about the potential embarrassment of having a man who allegedly preyed on teenage girls in his 30s as a senator? Do you think that motivated people to take a stand?
Well, Don, honestly, I think you have to go deeper than that. We have to remember Roy Moore wasn't kicked off the Supreme Court of Alabama once. He was kicked off the Supreme Court of Alabama twice as an elected official. Here's a person who can uphold the Constitution or uphold the laws of Alabama or the United States of America. Why would we as Alabamians give him a third chance?
What do you want the President of the United States to take away from this win? I'm sure you may have seen his tweet. We'll put it up, but he said congratulations to Doug Jones and then said, you know, he went on to say that Republicans will have another shot at the seat in a short period of time. It never ends. What do you want the President to take away from this win?
Well, I think the president needs to be on notice that as Americans, we appreciate decency. We want and need respect from the Oval Office. We want a president that represents all people. You can't have people running for office, whether it's the Senate, gubernatorial races, or even at the president level, talking and doing things that don't represent all of us. I think this race reflects not just what's right in Alabama, but it sends a notice to anybody that's running for office or any existing elected official that we as residents and voters demand more from our elected officials or those who say they want to represent us.
The Moore campaign is not conceding, Mayor, saying that they're contemplating a recount. What do you think of that?
I would tell them good luck. I don't think that's necessarily needed. I can imagine this is not his first time losing a race, so it may be hard for him. But let me tell you what's good for everyone else. Doug Jones was the man to win this race, and I am so proud of my state. I am so proud that not only America was watching, but the entire world was watching the results of this election. And we have sent the message to the entire world that we know how to get things right here in Alabama.
Mayor Woodfin, best of luck to you in my old home city there in Birmingham. Thank you for joining us here on CNN.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Absolutely. Now I want to bring in CNN's Katie Hartung. She's in Montgomery, Alabama. Kaylee, I understand the Secretary of State just finished speaking there, and I have two questions for you on this recount. Is it consistent with state law, and is it likely to change the results here?
Well, Don, we should make it clear, currently at this moment, there is no plan for a recount. A lot has to happen before that process would move forward. Secretary of State John Merrill telling me his first priority here is to follow the Alabama letter of the law. I've got in my hand right here a handout they just gave us all of the Alabama code that outlines the rules for an automatic recount or an on-demand recount. So before we get to that stage, first, some things need to be taken care of. Provisional ballots, write-in ballots, and any military ballots need to be counted and then certified. That will happen no sooner than December 26th and no later than January 3rd. Once those votes are counted and the final results of this election certified, then if we were within 0.5% of a difference between the candidates' vote totals, then an automatic recount would happen, or a campaign here could request a recount. They would then have to pay for that recount. As the Secretary of State said, he would be happy to take either campaign's money and proceed with that. They have the resources to do that, but that recount would have to be requested, and we are not yet there, Don.
All right, a lot more to go and to do here. Thank you very much, Kaylee Hartung. I appreciate it. In Montgomery, Alabama, I'm going to bring back in Josh Green, April Ryan, Kirsten Powers, Matt Lewis, Paul Begala, Simone Sanders, Ed Martin, and Anna Navarro. Ed, I relied on you heavily last time, but this time, what do you think of the recount? That's what I want to hear.
I think most candidates, I ran for office once, when you see you lost, you want to recount, you want to fight. Hillary did it when she lost to Trump. people want to. I think it's just he'll get over it in the morning. I think he'll come back. I don't think the margins are going to change to make it automatic. So I think it'd be a waste of money. I think we'll move on.
Let's talk about the Republican Party.
Yes.
Okay? All right. And this
is a great night, by the way, to be a conservative.
Why do you say that?
Well, because, look, I think that there's a battle going on in the Republican Party and within the conservative movement between the forces of nationalism and populism and Bannonism versus thoughtful Ben Sass, Marco Rubio conservatism. And tonight was, I think, if there's a silver lining, if you're a Republican, a big silver lining, it's that you don't have Roy Moore in there embarrassing. Look, I think Alabama, as the mayor pointed out, I think made a calculated decision not to be branded as the state of Roy Moore. It's about dignity, about decency. Well, the conservative movement should think about that branding as well, and I think tonight helps them. And by the way, I'll just add this, as much as I agree that the African-American vote, huge and very important, obviously, the margin, I think a lot of Republicans, and Senator Shelby among them, Alabama Senator Shelby, writing in names, not voting for Roy Moore helps make that decision.
Yeah. Moderate Republicans also.
Go ahead, Kirsten. What did you want to say?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just going to say, I do think a lot more of it, some of it's the write-in, and obviously, but the African-American turnout it was actually higher than it was for Barack Obama, which is pretty remarkable. I mean, only by a point or two, but considering that a lot of people used to look and say, what's going to happen when Barack Obama's gone? And this isn't even a presidential election. You don't normally, see presidential election type turnout. And so I think it was, I guess you could say that, that perhaps there were some conservatives who wrote in, but it looks like the white vote pretty much was going for Moore overwhelmingly.
Yeah. But I mean, that was...
When you look at it, it was Cory Booker, John Lewis, the former President Barack Obama, and Vice President giving robocalls.
Look at the messaging,
Charles Barkley.
too. The Charles Barkley messaging. We don't want to look like a bunch of idiots down here anymore, right? Cory Booker goes down there and says, like, we don't want people to think of New Jersey as Jersey Shore. We don't want people to think of Alabama as Roy Moore. It was about the image and the branding, and I think Doug Jones very astutely settled on this message at the very end, and I think this message pulled him over the finish line.
I'm just getting responses, Anna, from Republicans on Capitol Hill, and especially senators, and they said the GOP mood is, they said, kind of stunned, some of them, kind of horrified, and definitely relieved. Several senior GOP aides, including a few who are still working on the tax overhaul negotiations, say they are stunned right now, and they're trying to get their heads around what happened. Others are relieved that he won't be part of the conference. What do you think?
I think it's a huge night for Republicans in the Senate. I think it's a huge victory for Mitch McConnell, who Steve Bannon, by name, was going after and trying to make this into a base versus Washington battle. And look, it's a huge victory for the country, frankly, for Alabama, for the country. We would have been sucked into this circus atmosphere. They were going to have an ethics investigation of him immediately. It would have been something that would have lasted months, that would have distracted the attention, that would have distracted from the agenda, from the policy, from important discussions. They've avoided what is a disaster. And also having this guy around their neck in campaign season like an albatross, and telling every woman in America, every millennial in America, every Hispanic in America, every African American in America, every gay in America, this is what the Republican Party stands for. Today they can say, no, that's not what the Republican Party stands for. Maybe it's what Steve Bannon stands for, but it's not what the Republican Party stands for.
I found it very interesting, though. I found it very interesting that Roy Moore could unite Republicans, could unite gays, lesbians, blacks. I mean, seriously, he united a lot of people, and I don't think it was about right versus left. I think people were just saying, this is not what they want America to do.
It was right versus wrong.
Yeah,
it was about right versus wrong, which is something Doug Jones was saying.
People saying, I'm done with the GOP, out in the part of America where I'm from that voted for Trump and saw this, they saw McConnell the opposite. He abandoned the guy. I'm saying the election counts. We worked hard. We're happy to have the results. I think Anna's right about we don't have the Roy Moore
no, you definitely have the Roy Moore
But here's the fact. But here's the facts. When McConnell and Cory Gardner abandon a candidate, whatever the reason you got there, like they did, they pulled their money out. You have Simone and her team doing smart stuff with money. And
why are they done with the GOP?
It's McConnell.
Look, they had a
Mitch
choice.
McConnell is going to pay a price, and so is Cory Gardner. The grassroots is not tolerating the party. Trump didn't want Roy Moore first. He wanted Luther Strange first.
But then he went all in.
Right. That's what you do when you're Republican.
They had a choice. They had a choice as to whether.
I'm not spinning anything.
They had a choice as to whether to abandon a candidate or abandon morals. Abandon a candidate or abandon decency.
Come on.
Abandon a candidate or abandon their convictions.
Okay.
Please don't do this. It really annoys me. You know, I really don't interrupt you. And you do this completely.
Listen,
I'm so through with your mansplaining, and you're smirking and you're laughing. I'm not in the mood for this today.
Make a point.
Oh, happy day. I've made my point.
Okay, good.
Well, this is my point, guys.
Hold on,
happy
let her
day.
finish.
Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. Get over it.
The Democrats and the moderates like you enjoy that. But for those, I'm telling you that the Republican Party
I am a
base is looking
Republican.
up.
I am a traditional Republican. You
you're
are
a
always
moderate.
going against me. You are always making every argument against me.
I thought you weren't going to interrupt.
Well, don't attack me personally. I don't attack you personally.
I didn't attack your positions. Your positions are not in the Republican Party mainstream.
Oh, hell yes, they are. That was in the Republican Party before Donald Trump was.
Are you going to let me finish?
No, not if you're going to continue lying and making this an ad hominem attack at me. I will not allow it.
Okay, one at a time.
Oh, happy day.
What happened to
happy day.
They went all in for Roy Moore. So here's what I'm saying.
Jack Kemp Republicans were not in for Roy Moore.
Well, this is what I'll say, though. The Republican you have Donald Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee going all in for Roy Moore. Then they decide the moral ground. So Roy Moore did not win tonight because even if he would have won, it would have been a win for Democrats because
what you just said about the Senatorial Committee is inaccurate.
Exactly.
They didn't put their money back in?
No, not a nickel.
Okay.
They stayed out.
Cory Gardner stood for it. But the RNC did. And
First, the RNC did, but not the...
No.
But
Let her make her point, Ed, and then I'll
they
let
put their money back in. And so for anyone to argue tonight that, Republicans have now escaped the disaster that is Roy Moore, it's absolutely incorrect. Because you had your president and the RNC not only putting their money, doing the robocalls, like these things matter, and voters will not forget.
Wait, I'm trying to make a different point to Anna.
There are
You're
people.
trying to say
There are
she's
people
not in the
on
mainstream, and she
this side of the room.
I'm saying that Mitch McConnell and Cory Gardner are going to pay a price for abandoning the Republican Party candidate. I'm talking about the party. Everybody knows they quit. The RNC went out and stayed out for 4 weeks.
It's about the issues he was talking about.
Can I throw Ed a lifeline here? I feel bad being beat up like this.
He's talking nonsense. He needs to be beaten up.
But the point he's making is a valid one. The Bannon wing of the Republican Party is very upset tonight. I just had a Bannon ally text and say there will now be an even more vicious war inside the Republican Party. It goes to precisely Ed's point. Republicans are going to blame Mitch McConnell and Cory Gardner and the people who...
Which is insanity. Wait a second.
Let me say this about Bannon. I talked to the NAACP tonight, and what they call that alt-right, they call it white supremacists. So there is an issue. It's not about the issues of abortion. It's not about same-sex marriage. It is about us versus them, the other. They don't like women. They don't like minorities.
Can I just point out the absurdity of what Steve Bannon is saying? Steve Bannon and Donald Trump endorsed a candidate who is a very bad candidate and allegedly.
But why? Explain why.
And that candidate loses. No. And now it's Mitch McConnell's fault?
Yeah, that's
Wait a
right.
second.
Here's what I'm going to say. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Why he's a
We've got an hour and a half left or more on CNN. We're 24 hours here. But, I mean, let's just really think about this. The reddest of the red state, Alabama, that I've lived in, the reddest of the red state, Steve Bannon, the President of the United States, and the RNC got behind a candidate who was so bad that he lost to a Democrat in Alabama.
Alleged pedophile, racist.
That's the reality.
Homophobic.
We'll be right back.
Homophobic, yeah.
Sexist.
It's really a stunning night in Alabama and for the country as well. Democrat Doug Jones beats Republican Roy Moore, winning the race to be the next senator from Alabama. I want to bring in now Beth Clayton. She's a contributor to The Voice of Alabama Politics, who's also a columnist for the Alabama Political Reporter. Good evening, or good morning. Thank you for joining us, Beth. Why do you think Alabamians ultimately sided with Jones?
You know, I think this all came down to Alabama values, and it really shows that we are not going to put up with the kind of politics that Roy Moore is selling. We're not going to put up with somebody who doesn't know what the age of consent is. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And if you take out all of the allegations from women, and whether you believe them or not, this is a man who's defied 2 Supreme Court orders. And we're simply we know who Roy Moore is, and we're done putting up with his nonsense. We're over it, and the voters spoke tonight.
The final push and endorsement by President Trump clearly was not enough. What message do you think the voters are sending the party? Or maybe are they sending the president a message?
Oh, I don't know. If you're looking to hear some pushback against the president, Alabama might not be the place to look. But I think the Republican Party here in Alabama has got some reckoning to do in the morning, because the fact is their party was split, and a lot of people, like prominent Senator Shelby, wrote in different people instead of voting for their party's nominee. And there are a lot of Republicans within the party, I've been hearing from them tonight, who are saying, we've got to fight because you just cost us a seat in Ruby Red, Alabama. And they are aggravated, let me tell you. So I think the Republican Party here has some reckoning to do internally, because they let this man become their nominee and they cost themselves the election. I don't know that we would have been able to compete quite as strongly if they had had a real candidate who had said, you know, I'm going to have a record to run on. So the Republicans here, they're going to have a hard time coming up, you know, tomorrow morning.
Well, the president is saying they're going to have a chance to take the seat back in a short while.
Yeah, in 2020, yeah, it'll be on the ballot, and we'll fight them for it again in 2020. And we know how incumbents get reelected, and I'll be there fighting tooth and nail for Doug Jones again then. Because, you know, regardless of who he's up against, Doug Jones is a man of integrity, and he's the man for the job. And I think the whole nation's about to see exactly what he's made of, because he really is. He was a mentor to me for the past 10 years since I got involved in politics. He's always been there. He's always been somebody who will invest in people who can't give anything back to him. And that's the kind of leadership we need in Washington. And the people of Alabama see that. Roy Moore, he's used Christianity. He's used the Republican Party. He's used all of this as a crutch for years. That's why he's never won a race in his own hometown. And Doug Jones is not that kind of politician, because he's not a politician at all. And that's the kind of people that we need to have more in Washington, because frankly, you know, the politicians that have been there a while aren't doing the job all the time.
Beth Clayton, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks.
And when we come back, this is the first time in more than 20 years that a Democrat has been elected senator in Alabama. We're going to discuss just how big a shakeup this election is for Alabama. We'll be right back. Voters of Alabama making history tonight, bypassing a controversial Republican candidate Roy Moore and electing Democrat Doug Jones to the United States Senate. It's a source close to the White House telling CNN the election result is an earthquake that is devastating for the president, who threw his full support behind Roy Moore. Back now with my full team here. Mr. Begala, I have to ask you, what kind of Democrat is Doug Jones? Because he's going to be one of a few from red states.
Right. Well, he's an Alabama Democrat. And
where does he fall in line with the Democratic agenda?
Well, his background's a prosecutor. He was, my old boss, Bill Clinton, in fact, made him the U.S. attorney. And the thing he's most famous for, of course, is prosecuting the Ku Klux Klansmen who murdered those girls at the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham. He brought them to justice. But he will stand very strong, especially for civil rights and women's rights. That's who's elected him now. You know, Alabama put him in, but the people of Alabama who voted for Doug Moore were disproportionately people of color, women, younger voters. And I think he's going to stand there for them. The first test will be if they haven't ran through the tax bill yet. See, I think Ed mentioned this earlier. They're going to try to ram through that tax bill before Doug Jones shows up. So they only have a 2-vote margin. As soon as Senator-to-be Jones is sworn in, they're down to 1 vote, in which case every senator can cut some kind of special list. So try to ram that through. I think it's bad politics and bad policy to do, but they'll try. But then I think you'll see Doug Jones speaking out for the kinds of issues that he talked about tonight in his speech. He said, we want to get something done. We want to find common ground. We want you to talk. And he talked about common courtesy and decency. Common courtesy is not very common in Washington these days. I think we could use some.
Do you think that they'll get this tax bill done before he gets there?
I do, but I have to say, I don't think it's going to help them. It's not popular. You know, it's not. So they're going to try to ram it through. Here's what's going to happen. It's going to be 3 steps. They're going to ram this thing through. Then they're going to have a catastrophic midterm election.
Right.
Then the president's going to be primaried.
Right.
Jeff Flake announced practically tonight on his tweet, right, when he said decency wins.
Yeah.
This thing, the Civil War we saw in the last 30 minutes between Ed and Anna, that's just a preview. I'm just going to pop popcorn and sit back and watch.
Well, I just wonder if Roy Moore regretted riding a horse because, you know, and the horse you rode in on after he lost. I mean, that's what everyone is saying. Like, you rode a horse and then we told you to get out of here. I mean, it was kind of weird that he wrote, don't you think?
Even Laura,
like, what century are we in?
Yeah, even Laura Ingraham, you know, the conservative, was sort of poking fun at it. Apparently, it's not that good at it either. The horse almost bucked him off at one point. That'd be bad optics. That's even worse than wearing like a helmet and a tank.
Right, Sassy.
Yeah, there it is. There's Sassy. And
As I said earlier, when your views are from an era before motorized vehicles, it's quite appropriate to ride in on a horse.
okay.
I mean, she's not lying. One could argue that Roy Moore shared the same type of ideas that some people that would have likened themselves to the Confederacy shared. So this is not a stretch.
April, I know you have some news, but can you hold it, please?
Sure,
Just
I can.
1 second. Hello, Mr. Barkley. Charles Barkley on the phone. How you doing, sir?
I am in heaven right now, as we call Alabama. It's been a great night. And, Don, thank you for having me on last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we appreciate the message and you speaking directly to the American people. Did you, listen, I know you were down there, you were hoping it would happen. Did you actually think that he could pull this off?
Oh, great question. I was really nervous, but I believe in people from Alabama. I got to admit that. I told Doug last night, we campaigned, I said, Doug, I believe these people want to change. I think, you know, it's interesting because if you ask somebody a question on camera and then when they get in the booth, because if you go back and look at the numbers, there's no doubt in my mind there were a lot of Republicans who voted for Doug Jones tonight. So, man, I'm just proud of the state of Alabama because as I told all these people in Alabama, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all these networks were in town to see us look like idiots. They weren't there because they were concerned about a little election in Alabama. They wanted to see if we were stupid enough to vote for Roy Moore. And I'm just so proud of the people of Alabama for rising up. And, man, it's just a great night for me and being from Alabama.
Listen, Charles, what I love about you, and I think what most people do, is that you speak your mind, but you get a lot of criticism for it. And I don't think you care about that. What you said, I think, is true. You said directly to Democrats, and I think you said it to Doug Jones as well, that they had to stop taking certain people's vote for granted. Talk to us about that.
Well, Don, there was this beautiful black woman on television tonight. I was watching your coverage earlier tonight. I don't know. She had a beautiful red outfit on. I just want to give her some love. She said something.
Nina Turner, probably.
I don't remember right offhand, so I don't want to say. But she said something that I said tonight. These, you know, they come out, these Democrats, and I'm an independent Democrat. I'm a combination of both. And I said they only want to worry about black people when Barack Obama is running for president or Doug Jones is running for Senate. They take our votes for granted. They always have. We need to start calling these Democrats out as black people and poor white people, but they're in the same boat. Because, you know, people always want to make this thing about Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative. It's about rich against poor. Poor people get screwed in America. We're in the worst neighborhoods. We have the worst schools. That's the problem. But so they wanted all the poor white people to come out tonight, and they wanted all the black people to come out, but they never do anything for us when they're in office. And I love Doug. And I told Doug, all these black people out here, they're betting on you. But you just can't get their vote and just disappear. We need to hold these Democrats accountable because they have done an awful job of taking care of black people and poor white people, plain and simple.
What did he say to you?
Well, listen, I know it's a complicated system, but all you can do is try. Listen, I tell people all the time, they always, like I say, America, these politicians do a great job of dividing and conquering, but it's really just about rich people against poor people. These politicians got to do a much better job for these poor people. I mean, you even look at Donald Trump's new tax plan. I'm a rich guy. It's going to benefit me. Listen, I'm not selfish. I think the rich people should pay more taxes. We shouldn't be getting more tax benefits. We should pay more in taxes. But we just got lucky and got the American dream. But I challenge Democrats, even though we won tonight, quit taking the black vote for granted. And also, if you look at the numbers, we got really young, educated people in Alabama who probably were mostly white. We got to help them also. We can't just let the good old boy network keep running things the way they've been doing for a long time in Alabama.
Charles Barkley, I don't have to tell you this. Keep speaking your truth. And thank you for coming on CNN. Thank you, sir.
Hey, no, Don, thank you. I called you personally and said, hey, please have me on. I want to thank you. Hey, you guys keep up the great work at CNN.
Thank you, sir. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
He should run for DNC chair.
What?
Well.
Charles, are you still on? Did he hang up? What'd you say?
Baby, I want you to run for chair of the DNC. I mean, you have spoken
Anna,
such truth. Tell me. Talk to me.
Hey, Anna, first of all, Anna, I love you, and I want you to keep fighting a good fight. But I'm going to ride this working one day a week thing out right now.
How's your horseback riding?
Hey, Anna, so let me tell you something. I hate the name drop. So last weekend, I was shooting a Capital One commercial.
Uh-huh.
So I was on a horse. They had me, Sam Jackson, and Spike Lee on horses for these new Capital One commercials that's going to run during March Madness. I'm not very good on horses.
Oh, looking forward to it. Oh.
Well, we don't know if he's Western or English, or maybe he doesn't ride with a saddle. Charles, thank you. Always a pleasure, my friend.
Hey, guys, keep up the great work. Thanks for having me.
All righty. We'll be right back. Here's the breaking news. Democrat Doug Jones defeats Republican Roy Moore in Alabama's Senate race tonight. Back with me now, my political team. Every time I say that, I can see you flinching. The corner of my eye. But I think this is a pretty important question. How long do you think Jeff Sessions is going to be the Attorney General?
Man, I wish Jeff Sessions had actually run for.
And that was my next question. Do you think that that's a possibility, that he could come back? And
I think it's within the realm of possibility.
Well, it's not up till 2020. So maybe in 2020.
For his old seat?
Doug Jones will now fulfill the rest of then Senator.
There are great Republicans in Alabama. We've been seeing this guy, the Secretary of State, Merrill, on TV. Look, if Republicans in Alabama had nominated a potted plant, it would have probably beaten Doug Jones by double digits. They just happened to pick a pedophile. There's bridges you just don't cross.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, it's not just that he was a pedophile. Roy Moore was a bigot, was a sexist, was a homophobe. He was removed from the bench twice. Yeah. He was just fundamentally unfit to serve in the United States.
Yeah,
there's something bigger going on.
You're looking for the word alleged.
The Republicans in Virginia nominated a traditional guy who worked for George W. Bush, a lobbyist, the head of the RNC, had none of Roy Moore's problems.
Yeah.
And the Democrats there beat him like a rented mule. Yeah. So there's something going on. What's happening in my party?
Let me get Kirsten in here.
The progressives and the moderates are coming together. People of color are coming out like they've never come out before, better than they did for Barack Obama.
Listen, everyone deserves their moment to celebrate. Democrats can celebrate tonight, but I mean, should they be overly confident that this will mean something for 18 or 20?
Well, I think it's hard to extrapolate anything from Alabama because it is a unique situation. But and Moore was a uniquely bad candidate, and I think, as Simone was pointing out, there were a lot of problems with him even before the accusations about the girls. He was only up, I think, by 6 points when those accusations came out, which in Alabama is very, very close. It's a state that Trump won by 28 points. But I do think there is something here where when Trump won, it seemed like he had this following of people who had total buy-in to Trump, and they were going to do whatever he wanted. He could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue, this whole thing. And then you see he endorsed Ed Gillespie, and Ed Gillespie, not only got beat, but got beat badly, and the Democrats won a lot of seats in the legislature in Virginia, and Virginia's not a blue state necessarily, and then you go into Alabama and you have a Democrat winning. Even if the Democrat had lost by 4 points, it still would have been revolutionary. I mean, Democrats just don't give you a run for the money in Alabama. So I do think it says something about Trump. You know, he endorsed Luther Strange, he loses. He endorses Roy Moore, he loses. He endorses Ed Gillespie, he loses. You know, it says something about his influence.
Do you think he knows that? Do you think they know that? Meaning 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, everyone who works there?
On some level, I'm sure Trump does, because we see it reflected in every Twitter eruption he has where he blames somebody for the misfortunes that his presidency seems to be causing. I do think that we can draw lessons from tonight and from the election in Virginia last month, which is that, you know, Trump is an unpopular figure. He's at 48% approval rating in Alabama. And the one commonality between these two states is the partisan turnout differential. Democrats as a party are highly motivated to come out in all sorts of places. Republicans, by and large, are not, and that's why we're seeing these cataclysmic upsets.
All right, we have a lot to talk about. Stand by, I got to get to the top of the hour. A lot to
You
talk
mean you're
about.
not going to let April give her news?
No, April's going to get her news, but hold on.
Thank you, Anna.
Stand by,
We've
Anchor,
been waiting for
Anchor Navarro.
Thank you.
This is CNN Tonight. I'm Don Lemon. It is at top of the hour, just 1 a.m. here on the East Coast, a little past midnight, and we're live with breaking news tonight. Democrat Doug Jones wins a stunning victory in the Senate election in Alabama, becoming the state's first Democratic senator-elect in more than 20 years, and defeating Republican Roy Moore, an accused child molester who was endorsed by President Trump. But Moore has yet to concede, so there's a lot to discuss. They've been talking about possible recount, but the Republican Party here has spoken, I should say, in Alabama. I want to get straight to Alex Marquardt. He is at Doug Jones' headquarters in Birmingham. Alex, hello to you. Democrats pulled it off, a remarkable upset tonight in a ruby red state. Give us the latest from the Jones headquarters.
Well, Don, it was a raucous night here at the headquarters. You can probably hear it in my voice. I've gone hoarse at this point. The party is dying down. There are a couple stragglers here behind me. People don't want to stop celebrating this extraordinary win by Doug Jones. I was speaking with the campaign chairman, Giles Perkins, just a short time ago. He had a glass of wine in hand. They are very much celebrating this incredible upset as well. Now, Don, as you know, what normally happens in these situations is you have a victory speech, which we heard from Doug Jones. Then you have a concession speech by the loser, and that is often followed by a call from the loser to the winner, congratulating him or her. As you know, that did not happen tonight. So the campaign chairman, Giles Perkins, told me that he is disappointed. There has been no contact between the Moore and the Jones campaigns. He said that the proper thing to do would have been for Roy Moore to call Doug Jones and to congratulate him. Perkins told me it's a clear win. I hope they wake up in the morning and concede. Now, assuming all goes to plan in the coming days and weeks, what will happen is the Alabama Secretary of State will certify this election at the end of December, and then Jones will be sworn into the Senate in all likelihood in early January when they are back in session.
All right, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. I want to get to Caitlin Collins now. She is at Roy Moore's headquarters in Montgomery, Alabama. Caitlin, Alex just mentioned Roy Moore has not yet made a concession call. Any word on when that might come?
No, he hasn't, and there has been no word on that yet, Don, from any of the Moore officials who have gone silent since it was first showing Doug Jones in the lead. As I reported earlier, the Moore campaign had been feeling incredibly confident earlier tonight, but that all changed within a very, very brief period of time. And at this point, the Moore campaign is hanging on for dear life, and though the Alabama Republican Party has declared a Doug Jones victory, multiple news outlets have declared a Doug Jones victory. Doug Jones has given a victory speech, and the President Donald Trump has congratulated him on his win. Roy Moore is refusing to concede this election. We heard from his campaign chairman, Bill Armistead, who was citing an Alabama law that requires a recount if the margin of victory is within half of a percentage point, even though it was showing Doug Jones up much higher than that at the time that they said that. But Moore told his supporters to go home and sleep on it. But Don, at this point, it just seems like it's a matter of time before he concedes.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Why did evangelicals support Roy Moore in spite of the allegations against him? I want to talk about that with Albert Mohler. He's the president of the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary. Thank you, Mr. Mohler. I appreciate you joining us. You know, evangelicals backed Roy Moore in the election, but Doug Jones pulled out the win. What's your reaction to this shocking result?
Well, evangelicals in Alabama, Don, and it's good to be with you, faced another excruciating situation. But at the end of the day, not enough of them turned out to vote for Roy Moore. That's the big story here. Into the vacuum created by the fact that so many evangelicals did not turn out as expected and as the pattern would indicate to vote for Roy Moore. That's why he lost. And that's a stunning story. It's stunning that not one major evangelical leader or pastor in the state of Alabama stood with Roy Moore and supported Roy Moore publicly once those accusations were made, but even before the accusations were made. We're talking about the Republican Party learning a very hard lesson here about the limits of Republican conservative Christian tolerance when it comes to candidates.
What message do you think this election sends to both the country and as a whole and the evangelical community specifically?
Well, elections have consequences, and one of the saddest consequences for the people of Alabama is that they will now have a senator who is avowedly pro-abortion. That's almost incomprehensible. How could that happen? It's not just that they elected a Democrat, but they elected a very pro-abortion Democrat in a state that's avowedly pro-life. That has to be explained by something, and I think it's explained only by the fact that that an incredible number of evangelical Christians said this is just a bridge too far. We cannot turn out to vote for this candidate. They would not and could not vote for a pro-abortion candidate. They would not and could not, as it turned out, vote for Roy Moore. And into that vacuum came Doug Jones winning the election tonight. That sends a massive signal to the National Republican Party. It sends a signal to evangelical Christians around the nation that it's Alabama last night in terms of the election. The same kind of situation could show up anywhere. But there is, in the end, no ability to separate character and public policy or public office as this election presented the challenge to the voters of Alabama. This wasn't really even that close. And it's stunning. It's nothing less than stunning. Any way the election came down, I believe the people of Alabama would lose.
Well, he's
so
still
it's a
got
sad
80%
night,
of the evangelical vote. I mean, that's a lot.
Well, he got 80% of what were identified as evangelicals in exit polling. That really doesn't take into consideration the fact that he lost because so many evangelicals didn't show up, therefore weren't in the exit polling. That's the big story. Given the percentage of evangelical voters in Alabama, it's virtually inconceivable that a candidate supported by evangelicals could lose. This candidate did, which meant he did not have solid support amongst evangelicals. That's the big story, especially in a state like Alabama.
I want to talk to you. This is in your podcast today. You noted that despite Moore's strong connection to the evangelical movement, there haven't been a ton of prominent evangelical pastors and leaders speaking out on his behalf. Why do you think that was? Because it seems like speaking out against someone accused of preying on children would have been a slam dunk.
Well, they did not support him. I mean, that's the big story. The big story is what didn't happen. If you look at the 2016 presidential election, look at all the prominent evangelicals who were willing to stand publicly to call for voters to vote for Donald Trump. Notice how that didn't happen in Alabama. You didn't have any major pastors. You didn't have any major evangelical leaders, not a single one willing to support Roy Moore. That was an astounding message. And by the way, here's a message. A Republican conservative candidate cannot win, even in a deeply southern, immeasurably red state like Alabama, without the strong support of evangelical Christians. That's a very clear message.
Albert Mohler, thank you. I appreciate it.
Good to be with you, Don.
Back now with my political dream team. And April, I'm going to get your news in, but I just want to show this because we were talking about it. And it's right. Here we go, right here. This is a cover of the New York Daily News tomorrow, and it says, "You know what, you and the horse you rode in on." So he probably is rethinking that decision. April Ryan, what do you have for us?
So from a high-level Republican who texted me during the show, they said Tim Scott, J.C. Watts, and the late Jack Kemp Republicans are working to ground out the party on issues that most people can respect. They say that there is a civil war brewing inside the party, and they're saying that several meetings are being called tomorrow to prepare. So they're trying to fix this. They're trying to figure out what's going on, how to move forward. They're trying to bring it back in because it's gone too far, to include with the president and to push Roy Moore, this man. Yeah, he wasn't an unacceptable candidate, but every ist pertains to Roy Moore.
We heard what the Secretary of State said here, or said on this air from Alabama, saying that, well, they'd have to check. They want to check the absentee votes. They want to check the write-in votes. They want to check the military votes or what have you. But the Alabama State GOP says race is over. We respect the voting process given to us by our founding fathers. They're saying it's done.
And so the question is, how long until Governor Kay Ivey certifies it? She could certify it, apparently, according to the Secretary of State, was on our air earlier, as early as December 26th, as late as January 3rd. If you're Mitch McConnell, you want as much time as you can, because he's still got Luther Strange in the Senate. He still has 52 Republican senators until the new senator is sworn in. But if you're the people of Alabama, they have just voted for a new senator, and they feel, I think, quite rightly, entitled to have that person casting their vote on this tax bill, not somebody appointed.
Yeah.
And I guess it also goes to the point that the Civil War is brewing, to the fact that the Republicans in Alabama can't even seem to get on the same page tonight. You've got the Alabama Republican Party saying one thing, you've got the Republican candidate saying one thing in Alabama, you've got other outside Republicans saying another thing, and so, you know, there's much to be said, you know, from the Democratic side about how we're not necessarily all on the same page, and clearly we have to get our house in order, but we are way more organized than the folks that should clearly they just should have their act together, and they don't. And I think that's indicative of the issues we're going to see going forward in the next couple months.
I want to ask you about this, Kirsten, because one of the reasons the president felt that he had to support Roy Moore is probably because of his own allegations, and maybe that would have given him some sort of cover for those allegations. According to one source, Steve Bannon told President Trump if Moore lost, Democrats would feel emboldened to go after the president on sexual harassment issues. What do you think?
I mean, there's no way to really prove that that was the reason that Donald Trump supported him. I always thought he supported him because he just was more his kind of person. I think the things that I would describe as, you know, highly problematic, some of it very racist, homophobic, I mean, in the extreme, is what Trump supporters call, you know, me being uncomfortable with them, you know, me being politically correct, right? And so he was sort of the anti-politically correct candidate. He just was more Trump style, upsetting the establishment. And, you know, I think with time, as the accusations came against him, then I do think Trump started to become a sort of a kindred spirit, that you're being persecuted the same way I was being persecuted.
Do you think Democrats will become more emboldened?
I think either way they were going to move on this. They're calling for hearings. This is a very smart strategy. Some are calling for him to resign. That's fine. That's not going to make any difference. Much more important, they're calling for hearings. Because if the president is right, and these 16 women are all liars, let's get them under oath. Let's clear the president's good name. Okay, but maybe they're telling the truth. Yeah. And so public testimony, if these women are willing to do it, they've already come forward, that would be really important. So every congressional candidate now is going to be asked, as you're running, are you for hearings? Not, you're not a Republican congresswoman, you don't want to force the president to resign. But certainly we should have hearings. We should find out the facts. It's going to be a big issue in 2018.
I think we could also, if you try to extrapolate what happened in Alabama and how might it play out in the midterms, there's a lot of interesting things to consider. Like, for one example would be that, you know, Alabama elected Donald Trump after the Access Hollywood tapes, by the way, by like 27 points. So it's not just decency, right?
But you know what? You know what's when you say that? I think even since then, I think the culture has moved.
That's one of the things I was going to say, and I think you're totally right, and also, but I also think there's the fact that Alabama this time was on the ballot. Their reputation, specifically. Now, Roy Moore is accused of things that are a little bit different than Donald Trump, too. Yeah. But I do think that can the anti-Donald Trump zeitgeist be weaponized and localized in 435 House races around the country?
Well, listen, there are many of the president's tweets, and people have gotten used to them sort of in a way, they're just eye rolls. And then now I think there are some that just make people gasp, like the one today, Anna. The president received backlash for lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer, and someone who would come to my office begging, in quotes, for campaign contributions not so long ago, and then in parentheses, and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump, very disloyal to Bill and Crooked used. Is there anything appropriate about sending that tweet?
No. Look, it wouldn't be an appropriate tweet from frankly anybody. But, you know, he's the president of the United States. He represents us all. He is the commander-in-chief. I keep thinking we've got to hold them to a higher standard. Yes. I am not willing to numb myself to these things and just let it be an eye roll and a sigh. He is the president of the United States. The world is watching, and he continues behaving in this way. Frankly, he's not going to change. It's what we've learned in the last year. A lot of people, a lot of Republicans thought that he was going to grow into the presidency. he has not changed. Look, it's very hard to change a man after he has teeth. But I think there's a Donald Trump connection here that goes far beyond his endorsement and help of Roy Moore. Since the Donald Trump election in 2016, America is woke in a way that we hadn't seen before. You have seen women who suffered sexual harassment wake up, stand up, speak up. You have seen voters who didn't vote in November of 2016 say, you know what, we really regret that. Because we didn't vote, because we sat it out, we ended up with this, and they're coming out and voting. There is a political engagement in America that I think is a direct result of having ended up with a Donald Trump.
I sat and I watched, as I was getting ready to come here, I watched the briefing, and you were in the briefing room today, and I think everyone's mouths were just kind of, when Sarah Huckabee Sanders said there's nothing that was inappropriate about that tweet. There was nothing.
She said that your mind was in the gutter.
It wasn't a sexual reference in any way. What were you thinking? What were reporters? What was the reaction in that room?
Well, I was in shock because I asked her if, since she said it was a misunderstanding, it was about draining the swamp, and the president had used those words before for male politicians, and it was just basically a reference to draining the swamp. So I said, since it was a misunderstanding, is Kristen Gillibrand owed an apology for those words that some thought were was a sexual innuendo? And she said something to the effect that, well, if that's what you thought, your mind was in the gutter. And I'm like, I was really in shock.
If you put begging in quotes and then and would do anything for them in parentheses.
Right. Doing it. It's almost like you're exchanging. It sounded like he was trying to say a sexual favor for a campaign contribution. And the reason why I was shocked, because we've heard the president on the Access Hollywood tape, and Billy Bush said that was him, say, grab your meow meow. And I was like, I'm not going to say the word, but you know. Oh, honey, I can do it. I can do it in duetto. So, no, I was in shock. But it's not beyond the realm of possibility for that to be what the president was saying.
I mean, I would agree to April, and not just that. It's because Senator Gillibrand was talking about the accusations, the credible accusations of now, 16 different women in relation to the President of the United States. And these accusations are about sexual misconduct, some of them sexual assault. For him to respond with a tweet that absolutely basically insinuated that she was some kind of prostitute or some woman willing to do anything.
Sexual favors for.
Okay, sexual favors, but she wanted, it's just disgusting. And
well, here's the thing here's my experience with that. When on the air, when Donald Trump candidate said to me, Megyn Kelly had blood coming out of her wherever. And a lot of men were like, I'm not sure they meant that. I don't know. And every woman in my life said, that's exactly what he meant. We know it. We've lived through it. Every woman has said to me today,
he was talking about a menstrual
exactly
cycle.
what he meant. And maybe you don't want to believe it, but then when you look back, I think people then wanted to think
they make us look
he couldn't
crazy.
Possibly be doing that. We would never get to a place in this country where someone running for president of the United States would actually say that a woman has blood coming out of her wherever. But then now, looking back, we can't. I'll let you respond.
Yeah.
Go on.
When you ask a legitimate question for something that they have said or they have tweeted, they try to make you look crazy because you're asking something logical that just fits together in the perfect puzzle. What you said is what you said.
Let me just say this.
Girl, you're not getting invited to Christmas party next year.
What if you just said this?
I wasn't going to go anyway.
Even if you didn't mean it, let's just give him that. I'm not saying that that's the thing. If someone was offended by it, if I offend you, it doesn't matter that I wasn't offended.
You
apologize. It means you were offended. And I would explain myself and apologize. And I certainly wouldn't lie.
Human decency.
Yeah. We'll be back. Our breaking news on CNN, Democrat Doug Jones has won the special Senate race in Alabama. Jones making an emotional victory speech tonight and quoting Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., words we also heard from President Obama. That was back in 2008. Listen.
As Dr. King liked to quote, the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Tonight, Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight in this time, in this place, you helped bend that moral arc a little closer to that justice, and you did it.
Dr. King once said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. It bends towards justice. But here's the thing. It does not bend on its own. It bends because each of us in our own ways put our hand on that arc and we bend it in the direction of justice.
Back now with my political dream teams. Simone Sanders, why do you think Doug Jones chose those words specifically?
Well, I think Paul alluded to it earlier, in that it came full circle that the man who prosecuted the KKK replaced someone who beat someone who was a segregationist, a self-proclaimed segregationist. Now, I also know that non-melanated people like to quote Dr. King a whole lot, and he's not the only person that we can quote. But I think those words were absolutely accurate in this moment.
Non-melanated people. We've got meow meow, non-melanated people, Anna singing, oh happy day.
The late night crew.
So yeah, why do you think that was obviously on purpose, correct?
That was obviously what?
On purpose.
On purpose, sure.
Yeah.
Everything is scripted and strategic and on purpose, yeah.
But it's also significant. Listen, let me tell you who found justice. All those women who spoke up, the women who've been speaking up across America, and particularly those women who spoke up in Alabama, who knew that they were going to get shamed, who knew they were going to get attacked, who knew they were going to have their lives scrutinized, and still did it and persisted. Today, they got justice. You know who else got justice? I don't know if any of you saw it. The video of Nathan Mathis, the father of the lesbian woman who took her own life. And he went yesterday to protest against Roy Moore for being so homophobic and for being so offensive towards gays. It was justice for his daughter and for him. So yes, these words were significant and appropriate.
Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it.
I was anti-gay myself. I said bad things to my daughter myself, which I regret. But I can't take back what happened to my daughter. But stuff like saying my daughter's a prevert, sure, I'm sure that bothered her. Now, you know, Judge Moore not just said my daughter, he didn't call my daughter by name. He said all gay people are preverts, abominations. That's not true. We don't need a person like that representing us in Washington.
I found that to be a very stunning moment, right, Anna? Because I wondered, you know, how do I put this? Obviously being black and hearing the rhetoric from the 60s, being gay, hearing the rhetoric now, people using religion, the church, Bible, scriptures to discriminate against anyone that they want to discriminate against, whether it be a woman, whether it be a Jewish person, whether it be a Muslim, whether it be a gay person, whether it's a black person.
Right.
They can take Bible verses and try to twist them into something.
Manipulate it.
To manipulate it to go against something, and it's so hypocritical.
Well,
is Alabama coming around to finally, you think, for that? Because if you look at the people who they've elected to the state of George Wallace, and I live there and I know I'm nothing against Alabamians, it's the truth. Are they finally coming around when it comes to these?
I mean, I don't know if we can go that far to say that they're finally coming around. I mean, a lot of people still voted for Roy Moore, right? So there are still people, I think, unfortunately, who hold these beliefs. And look, it's a twisted interpretation of the Bible. I mean, I'd love to go toe-to-toe with any of these people on the scripture that they're using, because there's nothing biblical that backs up any of the things that they're saying. But this video of this man was just so touching, because it's so hard to stand up and say that you did something wrong, especially when the consequence of that part, you know, I don't know how much it played into it, but she committed suicide. And to stand up in Alabama, where people aren't very open necessarily to gay people, and say, I made a mistake and it's wrong, and to call out Roy Moore. So yeah, I do think that there's justice. And I think that the people have latched onto that quote for a lot of different reasons. But also, I think for people have felt after the Trump election that there's this sense of things are out of control and that it's not going to end well. And there's
yes, you can. Can I make one quick point? If you look at the coalition that elected Doug Jones tonight, absolutely African Americans were important, but he won young people, millennials, overwhelmingly. I mean, there's a rising generation of people, I think even in Alabama, who just don't put up with attitudes like the one that Roy Moore espouses when it comes
was the
to
Obama
gays,
administration.
lesbians,
But let me-
Muslims,
was not
immigrants.
But we have to remember the history of Alabama. We have to remember the painful history. And I'm talking on the race point right now. Think about this. We had the Tuskegee syphilis study in Alabama. We had the Montgomery bus boycott in Alabama. We had Rosa Parks in Alabama.
Selma.
We had Selma, Bloody Sunday in Alabama. The bombing of the church with the four little girls in Alabama. Think of that. And think of the mindset and how the arc has changed.
But this
was a big moment.
Let me
was a
say this.
pivotal moment.
To my point, and I would like you to respond to this. Sometimes people just don't know what they don't know. When they say ignorance is bliss. Well, it's not bliss. It's terrible. I think this speaks to people who watch news outlets, only the ones that reaffirm their beliefs. Read newspapers, only the ones that reaffirm their beliefs. Radio shows, only the ones. Listen to the pastor on Sunday, only the ones. The guy that Jake had on today, well, if you can't be a Muslim because you've got to put your hand on the Bible and swear. It's not true. And he doesn't know that. You don't know what you don't know. So then, Ed, what do you say to that, especially last night, with Mrs. Moore saying, well, one of our attorneys is a Jew. She didn't even understand what a blunder that was.
Right. Well, when I watched that father talk there, I thought the power of that, to me, captures what the election was about, right? Elections are choices. And what this gentleman said was, as to my family, I made a mistake, and I see that in Roy Moore, and I don't want you to make that mistake. And I think that's the best of politics, is those choices. I've said this before, I get in some trouble. I don't look to my politicians, thank goodness, right now, to be my pastor. I don't look for them to be the people that speak.
But they're learning it from the church and from their pastors. They're learning it from their pastors. Yes, they are.
There's plenty of people that are unpleasant and nasty that are whatever, on any issue. There's people that are unpleasant to conservatives, liberals, whatever. So I reject that if they're learning it. But I would say elections are about policies and people. And Roy Moore lost, and some of his policies lost. But to put back to this, it was not, y'all are celebrating a lot here, and I enjoy it. Have a great night. But the Republican Party that Donald Trump won a lot of elections last year and is governing in a lot of state houses and a lot of governor's offices. I understand for now, but they're doing a lot of policies that people are looking up and relating to. And elections, the next election, by the way, I want to point something else out. Paul can tell us as an expert, every president in office, their midterm is a brutal time.
We're going to talk about that after the break, but I do find, and I'm just being honest here, sometimes the most hateful ideologies, the most hateful people and thinking comes from the church, especially when it has to do with gay people.
You know what?
It has to do with African Americans. Listen, and you're saying this had nothing to do with the church and whatever. She said, I fellowship with them. What does that mean?
I
fellowship. That means we worship in church together.
With who?
I fellowship. She said I fellowship with my Jewish attorney or whatever.
No, fellowship doesn't mean
my attorney is a Jew. Yeah.
No, it doesn't
My
mean.
attorney's a Jew. Yes.
But you know what? It was also William Wilberforce, an evangelical Christian who led, in the British Parliament, led the fight against slavery in Great Britain.
Amazing grace.
It was Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. who used the church and I would say the moral authority of Scripture to attack racism.
Yeah.
And so I think that when Christianity and religion is used for hate, it's a perversion and a co-opting of something.
But when it's at its best, it can be helpful. But
what about love thy neighbor as
We'll be right back.
yourself,
We'll be
no
right
matter
back.
who?
I got to go. Doug Jones becoming the first Democrat in a generation to win a Senate seat in Alabama. His victory will narrow the Republican majority to just 51-49. CNN's Tom Foreman has more on the balance of power in the Senate. Tom?
Hey, Don, take a look at these numbers. They are the ones that really matter. The Republicans came in tonight controlling 52 seats in the Senate, Democrats and their allies 48, and this will be the new numbers, 51-49. This is a genuine big change here, and why Donald Trump so much wanted Roy Moore to win, and how he must be so distressed to have Doug Jones win instead. Because that loss of a single vote could make a big difference to his ability to pass any kind of legislation for border control, budgets, entitlements, even if you look at the big tax reform package right now. Because if Doug Jones is seated before the final vote occurs here, a single defection on the Republican side could burn this thing to the ground. So what are the odds of that happening? Well, we have to look at the calendar. Before Jones can take the oath, the Secretary of State in Alabama has to certify the vote. In all likelihood, that's going to happen somewhere around the 27th, 28th, 29th of this month, meaning an actual swearing in probably doesn't happen until January next year. The Republicans are trying to pass that big tax plan by the 22nd. That's when they would like to have the whole thing finished. Yes, schedules can slide. It's possible the two could collide, but Democrats can do nothing to speed up this process, so it's unlikely Doug Jones will have a say as Republicans try to nail down at least one big legislative win before they have this change in the numbers that could change everything. Don?
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Back now with my panel. Mr. Begala, you heard him break down a moment ago. Do you think that this changes anything for momentum, at least with Democrats taking?
Well, it does. I think Tom's exactly right. I think the Republicans are going to try to jam this tax cut through. But I tell you, there was nobody at a Trump rally, nobody at a Roy Moore rally holding up a sign saying, cut taxes for Goldman Sachs. And that's what they're doing. It's a massive corporate tax cut for Apple and Exxon and all the big corporations. And it's folks who in Alabama who are going to be, many of them, paying more taxes. In other words, politically, the Republicans think if they pass the tax bill, it will help them. But an unpopular tax bill passed by an unpopular Congress, signed by an unpopular president, is not the way to become popular. It's going to tee them up for a wave, a blue wave, in 2018. I mean, we've seen this, right? When Democrats ran through Obamacare, we had a terrible midterm. Yeah. Obamacare, much more popular than this tax bill.
There's huge desperation within the Republican Party to deliver something, to show something for having the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. I think that what it does is it gives the Senate version of the tax bill a lot more leverage. I think the Senate, you know, there's significant differences between the House bill and the Senate bill. I don't like them either. I don't like either of them. But I think the Senate can now say, Mitch McConnell can now say to Paul Ryan, listen, Paul, you want to get something passed, and Paul Ryan does, you better go ahead and you know, make sure that we get the Senate version through, because it's what I can pass right now, and I'm not going to be able to do it come January.
But that tax bill is still fundamentally unpopular, even the Senate version. And so the narrative then becomes for the 2018 midterms, when Republicans, when they were in control of everything, the House, the Senate, the White House, and they had a chance to do something, the one thing they got done were tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans and something that hurt the middle class. Those are the kind of ads people are going to run. That is going to be the narrative.
But we'll see what the economy does. You know, Reagan passes his tax cuts during, you know, there's a recession and the economy comes back. It's morning again in America. You know, Donald Trump is betting on the fact that this is going to have a stimulus effect, that it's a supply side stimulus, that it's going to create growth and more jobs.
But the businesses told us they weren't. But like the business folks have been on panel after panel, have been in forum after forum saying, we're not planning to reinvest these dollars.
That's going to be the guy on the panel who works for Business Week. Can I just make a quick economic point? The stock market is booming.
I was going to say we're not in a recession.
Is strong. And Trump is a historically unpopular president. There's no reason to think. Goldman Sachs came out with a note yesterday that said even though they're cutting corporate tax rates 15%, the actual effect of that tax rate is going to be 3%. It's going to be almost nothing. There's no reason to think that there's suddenly going to be some upspurt of growth that is going to accrue to Trump's benefit, especially not as a result of this tax bill.
Well, the proof's in the pudding. I mean, if conservative supply-siders are right, and cutting the corporate tax rate down to 20% makes us more competitive, if that causes people to start new factories, invest, then the economy is going to be booming and Donald Trump will be reelected.
We do not have to start
if it doesn't happen.
Economics does not
You can't draw that line
What's wrong with y'all?
To Josh's point, the stock market is booming. Joblessness is a 17-year low, and he just lost election in Alabama. He passed this thing. He's going to lose elections in Utah.
That's different than running for re-election. I think that, look, Donald Trump doesn't have
it's going to be primary.
Donald Trump doesn't have coattails, and his popularity is not transferable, just like Barack Obama didn't have coattails in it. But if the economy is doing well, I think you bet on the incumbent.
I don't think people believe that. Listen, we're not in a recession. The economy is doing well right now, and people are concerned and wondering, why are you passing tax cuts when the economy's already doing well. And I think, Donald Trump and his administration uses that line, well, the mess that the former president. I often wonder if Donald Trump had inherited the actual mess from the actual recession of the Bush years, what they would be saying. Because jobs just don't happen overnight. Yeah, consumer confidence, it's high. People are, the job market is good, but it was also good under Obama. He is riding the momentum of President Obama, and I think people realize that. I don't think people are stupid.
No, I think that every president probably gets too much blame if the economy's bad, too much praise if it's good. And we stand on the shoulders of giants, right? I mean, the economies take a long time to turn. That's why Donald Trump actually needs to do, if you buy into, supply side economics, you need to do the tax cuts now so that the stimulus kicks in time for his
reelection. Or you do the tax cuts now and you screw the economy up and then you don't get reelected.
If that happens, then he'll pay the price.
We'll continue to talk. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back now with the Political Dream Team. We were talking about the economy, the tax cuts, and the momentum of the Senate. And Ed, you wanted to say
Well, no, I just was we were talking about I think they are going to try to jam the tax cut through now. They've got the reason that they need it. But also, you wonder if, a lot of people think, I do, that Justice Kennedy might retire, that we may have a Supreme Court judge next year. Certainly, they just passed a bunch of judges out of committee. The Senate has things they want to do. We'll see if they jam them through in the next 10 days while McConnell likes that. But back to the point we were saying, I don't know if Trump has coattails, right? I know when Trump came out to St. Charles, Missouri 10 days ago to sell the tax cut, his speech was well received by his base, talking about competitiveness and China and all that. But when you look at that tax bill and the inside of it, I don't know if Trump's not on the ballot, not selling it, if Republicans are going to pay a big price in 18. I think they will.
This defeat makes it much easier imperative for Republicans on the Hill to distance themselves from President Trump. Today, before the election, Senator Chuck Grassley, the Republican chairman of the Judiciary Committee, broke with the president on 2 of his judicial nominees. Now, I think Ed's right. That's the thing Republicans probably, certainly their base voters, want the most, is a more conservative federal judiciary. But here's Chuck Grassley, just 2 judges, but beginning to crack. After this election, they're going to run from him like the devil runs from holy water, man. They do not want to be branded with Team Trump.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
I just think Paul's a Democrat, so that's what Paul wants to believe. But I think that people, if you go back to Missouri...
Well, you're saying you don't know if he has coattails. I mean, Virginia and Alabama would say maybe not. No coattails.
Well, he wasn't on the ballot. Coattails, I mean, I think that my argument is that also, I would say Trump needs to get back to his basics. His basics are trade and immigration. I know he did. He campaigned for Luther Strange, who was the choice of the establishment.
He lost.
Right, exactly. And I at the time said it was a terrible idea. He should have gone with Mo Brooks. Most of us that were grassroots folks said Mo Brooks was the best.
But still, you're making a point.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that if the Republicans want to run on tax cuts, they better message it right, because the grassroots doesn't care. What the grassroots cares about, as you said at rallies, is build the wall, get the NAFTA deal torn up, get CAFTA torn up, and go on those issues.
Let's talk about the momentum of the Senate, okay? And Kirsten, this is for you. Cory Gardner, who is the chair of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, he weighed in after the Jones election. He said this. He said, "Tonight's results are clear. The people of Alabama deemed Roy Moore unfit to serve in the U.S. Senate. I hope Senator-elect Doug Jones will do the right thing and truly represent Alabama by choosing to vote with the Senate Republican majority."
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous.
Is that a joke tweet?
That's not, I mean, he's a Democrat. He was elected, as a Democrat. He's going to be a Democrat, and most of the people who elected him were Democrats. So that's wishful thinking.
Do you think he'll moderate, though, himself and ever maybe vote with some Republicans?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on if the Republicans come up with something that I think is appealing to Democrats. I don't think Democrats are just opposed, in principle and not voting for Republicans. It's just that what they've been coming up with, I don't think are any programs that Democrats really would feel comfortable getting on board with. But I think if they wanted to actually work with Democrats and moderate in some way and find some middle ground, then yeah, certainly.
But listen, I give Cory Gardner a lot of credit in this. He did not bend his spine. He did not cow to bullying. He did not cow to threats, from parts of the Republican Party. He stood by his conviction. He is the chair of the National Republican Senatorial Committee. And when others changed their minds 3 weeks into these accusations, and by others I mean the RNC and President Trump, nothing changed in the 3 weeks since the first accusations came out and when they changed their support. Cory Gardner stood firm, Mitch McConnell stood firm. And, you know, I think you've got to recognize that they stood by the power of their principles.
Cory Gardner is the captain of the team that just lost a seat that should have been won. So guys that need to be blamed, he's front and center.
When we come back, a scathing editorial from USA Today attacking President Trump.
Feels good to be back.
QuickBooks introduces Jeanette and her new business, iDo2Go. Jeanette was excellent at marrying people, but had trouble getting paid. Not a good time, Jeanette. Even worse. Now I'm uncomfortable. But here's the good news. Jeanette got QuickBooks. Send that invoice, Jeanette. Looks like they viewed it. And ta-da! Paid twice as fast. Ah, she's an efficient officiant. Way to grow, Jeanette. New. Get paid twice as fast for free. Visit QuickBooks.com.
Work keeps me busy. So I've asked Chase Sapphire Reserve card members to find my next vacation. Rome, show me something.
I'm having breakfast at the Pantheon.
What an amazing view of your finger.
Look at this
Your
view.
finger.
Isn't that incredible?
Your finger.
And check this one out. Oh, it's so amazing.
Move your finger.
3 times points on travel and restaurants. On every continent. Sapphire Reserve from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
If you have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, isn't it time to let the real you shine through? Maybe it's time for Otezla, Apremilast. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable after just 4 months, with reduced redness, thickness, and scaliness of plaques. And the Otezla prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Tell your doctor if these occur. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Other side effects include upper respiratory tract infection and headache. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ask your dermatologist about Otezla today. Otezla, show more of you.
Crohn's disease.
You're more than just a bathroom disease.
You're a life of unpredictable symptoms. Crohn's, you've tried to own us.
But now it's our turn to take control with Stelara.
Stelara works differently for adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease. Studies showed relief and remission with dosing every 8 weeks.
Stelara may lower the ability of your immune system to fight infections and may increase your risk of infections and cancer. Some serious infections require hospitalization. Before treatment, get tested for tuberculosis. Before or during treatment, always tell your doctor if you think you have an infection or have flu-like symptoms or sores, have had cancer, or develop any new skin growths, or if anyone in your house needs or recently had a vaccine. Alert your doctor of new or worsening problems, including headaches, seizures, confusion, and vision problems. These may be signs of a rare, potentially fatal brain condition. Some serious allergic reactions can occur. Do not take Stelara if you are allergic to any of its ingredients.
We're fed up with your unpredictability.
Remission can start with Stelara. Talk to your doctor today. Janssen wants to help you explore cost support options for Stelara.
Closed captioning brought to you by Cold-EEZE. Shorten your cold with Cold-EEZE.
Cold-EEZE can shorten your cold by 42%.
This was nice.
Might not make your first date 42% better. Shorten your cold with Cold-EEZE. Guaranteed.
All right, I'm back now with my political dream team. I want to read, this is from USA Today, putting out a scathing editorial against the president. I'm just going to read part of it. It says, with his latest tweet, clearly implying that a United States senator would trade sexual favors for campaign cash, President Trump has shown he is not fit for office. White House spokeswoman Sarah Huckabee Sanders on Tuesday dismissed the president's smear as a misunderstanding because he used similar language about men. Of course, words used about men and women are different. A president who would all but call Senator Kirsten Gillibrand a whore is not fit to clean the toilets in the Barack Obama Presidential Library or to shine the shoes of George W. Bush.
Well,
Ed?
Well, then.
They said that.
So I'm not the only one that has a gutter mind.
Right.
No, apparently the rest of America. Look, this was just absolutely ridiculous. It was disgusting, and it should be appalling, shocking, and just sad and disappointing to all of us. The USA Today has to come out and even write this because we're at a point in our politics where people
USA
like
Today
Anna
is not known for putting out editorials like this.
Let me help the blood pressure, everybody get fired up.
Hold on, Ed.
Watch.
Hold on, Ed. I want to caution you before telling us, like, everybody get their blood pressure up, i.e. the women on this panel, that we shouldn't be upset about this because I just want to.
I'm not talking about that. Let me finish my sentence.
I just want to caution what you're about to say.
Let me finish my sentence, honestly. Really, people.
Stop, just move on. Don't do that to her.
Listen, let me
That was
explain to you.
condescending.
When you step into the ring with the big puncher, like Gillibrand did, you're going to get punched.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up.
See, I told you I'd get you go. That's how it goes.
Donald Trump. That is some BS, and you absolutely know it.
No.
Donald Trump is
Donald
Trump is the president.
Listen, if you
want
Gillibrand, Cory Booker, and a bunch of others have called for his resignation. You haven't said anything else about them.
I'm making a factual point.
Why are you going after a woman?
Okay.
Let me say, okay, hold on.
Ed ain't about to tell me what I can do on this panel.
Watch what I'm saying. May I say something to you? Kirsten Gillibrand,
excuse us, you are sexist. That's sexist.
As Paul
Stop being
Begala said
condescending
earlier.
and be a gentleman. Be a gentleman.
Hey, Don, we're having a discussion.
Go ahead.
As Paul Begala said earlier, Kirsten Gillibrand made a mistake by calling for a resignation of the president. It was an overreach.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said the more important issue are the hearings. And by the way,
and when she did that, she stepped into the ring with the president, and the president did what he's done for years now: fight back.
Go ahead,
You
Paul.
all have
Paul. Go ahead,
for
Paul.
being rude to her, being sexist to her.
Go ahead, Paul.
I don't need no apologies.
To continue Ed's metaphor of punching, the president always punches below the belt. He's a dirty fighter. He's a dirty man. He's a lowlife who doesn't belong in the White House. And America's newspaper, USA Today, not the liberal Northeastern Washington Post.
One of the lessons from what happened in Alabama is, the high road was taken by Doug Jones, and he, I think, exuded. I may disagree with him on some of the issues, but decency. And this is a choice that Democrats are going to have to make. We even saw Kirsten Gillibrand use profanity in some cases. The Democrats have a choice. They can either be like Donald Trump or the opposite of
Let me just clear it up here. What the president did, there's no excuse for it. It was disgusting, and he shouldn't do it. And he
51% of women
That's it for us
voted for
tonight.
him.
Thanks for watching. I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Live coverage continues right after this with John Voss and Aisha Sasay in Los Angeles. Good night.
I was going to say, who's up now?
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello and welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Aisha Sasay.
I'm John Vors, live in Los Angeles, where it has just gone 11 p.m. here on a remarkable Tuesday in U.S. politics.
A stunning upset in Alabama's nail-biting Senate race. Democrat Doug Jones has defeated Republican Roy Moore in a deeply Republican state. The margin was thin, just under 50% for Jones, a little over 48% for Moore.
At the Jones campaign headquarters, there was jubilation, supporters celebrating the first Democrat to represent Alabama in the Senate in more than 2 decades.
Alabama has been at a crossroads. We have been at crossroads in the past, and unfortunately, we have usually taken the wrong fork. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you took the right road.
The race turned competitive towards Jones last month when multiple women came forward accusing the Republican Roy Moore of inappropriate sexual behavior decades ago, including allegations he molested underage girls. But then just days ago came a presidential endorsement for Moore, including a campaign rally by Donald Trump, and the polls began to close as of this hour. Moore is yet to concede. His only public comment has been to promise a recount.
The votes are still coming in, and we're looking at that. May God bless you as you go on. May He give you a safe journey, and thank you for coming tonight. It's not over, and it's going to take some time.
All right, but let's be clear. Alabama's Republican Party says the race is over.
And we begin our coverage with CNN senior U.S. correspondent Alex Marquardt at Jones campaign headquarters, where they are waiting for Roy Moore to concede. Alex.
Well, the party here at the Doug Jones campaign headquarters is winding down. It was a raucous one following this extraordinary victory. As you can see here, there's still a couple stragglers basking in the glow of Doug Jones's win. I just spoke with the campaign chairman for the Jones campaign. He said he had a glass of wine in hand. They, too, are celebrating tonight. Now, as you know, what normally happens in these situations is the victor gives a victory speech, which we heard from Doug Jones. Then the loser gives a concession speech, which is often followed by a phone call to the victor congratulating him or her. Now, those last two things did not happen. There has been no contact between the Moore and the Jones campaigns. The campaign chairman for the Jones campaign, Giles Perkins, told me that he is disappointed, that the proper thing to do would have been for Moore to call and congratulate Doug Jones. He said that it is a clear win, and he hopes that they wake up in the morning and concede this race. Now, what we expect to happen in the coming weeks is the Secretary of State for Alabama will certify these votes towards the end of December, and then in all likelihood, Doug Jones will be sworn into the Senate in early January. Back to you.
All right, our thanks to Alice Marquardt there at Doug Jones headquarters.
Okay, to our panel now, Democratic strategist Caroline Heldman, political commentator Mo Kelly. Also with us, CNN political commentator and Trump supporter John Phillips, and Republican strategist Austin James. Okay, Caroline, first to you. A great, big, happy night for the Democrats. Let me burst your bubble. Let's start with the cynical take.
That was quick.
Well, you know, let's get to the point. We have a lot of time. Democrats can now win, this is the cynical take, Senate races where the Republican candidate has been expelled from the state Supreme Court twice for misconduct and faces multiple credible accusations of sexually abusing teenage girls. You won't get a lot of races like that moving forward.
No doubt about it that this had a lot to do with the candidate, but it also had to do with the surge that we've seen. We saw it in Virginia. We saw higher than expected turnout in New Jersey. We saw far higher than expected turnout in Alabama. So during the primary, it was about 15%, almost 40% for this race. And the Secretary of State was predicting, a Republican, mind you, predicting 25%. So it's not just the candidate, it's also the surge on the left.
Got to bring in John Phillips here. I have been waiting all night to hear your read on this. What the Democrats saw that Republicans didn't see. Give us your read on this win.
The Democrats beat an accused pedophile, and I'll give them credit for that.
Well, everyone saw that.
Oh boy, did the Republicans dodge a bullet tonight. After seeing that concession speech, can you imagine what damage this man would do to the brand if we had musings from the last surviving Confederate general on the floor of the United States Senate over and over and over again? I mean, it was really, it's addition by subtraction. They won by losing tonight. I know they didn't want to give up that seat. We've got tax reform, we've got health care reform coming up. They need every vote they can get, but you don't want to win with that.
Okay, we have heard from President Trump, who tweeted after the results came in, fairly subdued actually, so we were all wondering if he actually wrote this, but anyway, it's on his account. Congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a very big factor, but a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at this seat in a very short period of time. It never ends. Boy, is he right about that. Okay, let's take a look at the actual numbers here, because if you look at the write-ins, they made up, what, just over 1.5%, I think, of the final tally. You know, that could have been, you know, the difference there. Oh, there we go, up to 3%. So, yeah, you know, oh, that was actually Jeff Sessions from
97% of the vote.
Yeah, from when he won the seat, which is why they're having this election in the first place, because Sessions is now the Attorney General. So, yeah, okay, if the write-ins in this case had all gone towards Roy Moore, sure, he may have won, but, you know, Austin, I think if you look at the result that Sessions had, 97%,
right,
maybe the write-ins weren't that big a deal.
Right. So, I mean, you know, as you all know, I'm from Alabama, and I think the writing was on the wall when I spoke to my father, who really is a poster child for Republicans in Alabama, and he had this moral quandary. He said, listen, you know, I can't honestly support, you know, an alleged pedophile, obviously a man who rides a horse called Sassy to vote, but I also can't, you know, I also can't vote for someone in good faith, knowing that they're going to go there and support an agenda that I ultimately don't support. So he and a lot of the people that he knows and a lot of people that I know just chose to set out, and I think that is kind of the untold story here. I think he's a one-term senator. I think he's probably going to go in there and get some easy wins for those who supported him, but I think he's going to ultimately have to play ball. But Republicans will come out next time, and you won't see him there.
By the way, he said that he's waiting for God to tell him what to do.
This is more.
More, yeah. God wrote in Nick Saban on his ballot.
I'm going to turn and bring Mo Kelly. Going to pivot swiftly. Mo, you heard what Austin said there, that he's going to be a one-term senator. That's his thinking. The White House echoing that. We're hearing from someone in the White House saying the president's line now, at least this administration, claiming that they supported Roy Moore because they didn't want to see a split between the Bannon side of the base and the president's side of the base, but they were ambivalent about him winning. Do you buy that?
Yeah, no, this is all about revisionist history, and to John's point, he wants to say that it's a good thing that he didn't win. No, they wanted Roy Moore to win, and the stink of Roy Moore is still on the Republican Party. The RNC went all in on Roy Moore. We're talking about a pro-slavery adjacent candidate. We're talking about someone who was kicked off the state Supreme Court twice. They have to own this. If they wanted to distance themselves from this candidate, it should have been prior to, not after.
And Caroline, we now have a situation where the president went all in for Roy Moore. He has the consequences of that, of campaigning for a credibly accused child molester, and he didn't win the seat. This is probably, with all due respect, a really awful outcome for the White House and for Donald Trump and for his authority as the president. Who's going to take him seriously? What are his threats from this point on? What's his leverage?
Well, Americans are not taking him seriously, right? I mean, he has the historically lowest approval ratings for any president in modern history for this time, and 1 out of 3 Americans think that he's doing a decent job, right? So his endorsement doesn't matter, and I think this race shows that very clearly. His endorsement didn't matter with Luther Strange in the primary. His endorsement didn't matter when, yes, the Republicans went all in, $170,000 in the last week that was transferred to Roy Moore's campaign. And at the end of the day, yeah, it doesn't, Donald Trump is the problem with the Republican brand. And you're right, he didn't need competition. It's enough to have one race baiter in the White House. Having another one in the Senate would have been equally disastrous.
Let's keep in mind that it was a very close race, and Roy Moore is kind of, his concession speech was a non-concession speech. He thinks that there's going to be a recount. I think that's, yeah, but I think that's probably a bigger problem. I mean, again, all of the jokes aside, it was a very close race. I think the bigger point is
won it by 97%.
Right. Listen, I think a bigger point is probably if you look at Ed Gillespie, who was, for all intents and purposes, a great candidate. There's a problem with getting out the suburban vote, and I do think Republicans are going to have to do some soul searching on that.
But and to that point, John Phillips, you are the Trump supporter here.
Right.
The president threw his weight behind him, and we saw limitations for that.
I can tell you this. I voted for Donald Trump in the primary. I voted for Donald Trump in the general election. I am a Trump supporter today. If I lived in the state of Alabama, I would not have voted for Roy Moore. I couldn't morally do it. I would have written someone's name in or voted for the Democrat. We used to live in a world where we had very strong parties. We had Tammany Hall, and they'd pick the candidates, and the parties really had the power. And there wasn't a lot of partisanship. Now we have a lot of partisanship, but we have very weak parties. And at the end of the day, the quality of the candidate matters. And in this particular case, the candidate disqualified himself.
Okay, well, the reality now is that Democrats hold 49 seats in the Senate. The Republicans have 51. So, Mitch McConnell and the Republicans, the Senate leader, he said that he will not be seating Jones until the tax bill is passed. That's going to happen around Christmas. They'll rush this bill through. It's an unpopular bill. Right. That in itself is not a good look, but it will probably pass. But what about 2018 and the agenda? I mean, if they couldn't get anything done with 52 senators, I'm no expert, but I'm guessing it's going to be harder with 51, right?
Yeah, the math is very simple, but if we broaden this out and extrapolate, it'll be very difficult for this president to get anything done. And I'm not even going to concede that tax is going to get through. Right. The longer this tax bill hangs out there and twists in the wind, the more people know about it, the less people like it, and the less likely it's going to pass. Mitch McConnell may have dodged a bullet, to use John's term, in terms of Roy Moore being elected, but he still has to deal with this other bullet of having to deal with the math going forward after 2018, after Doug Jones is installed.
You're the Trump whisperer here, John Phillips. So very quickly, we saw this rather measured tweet from him, in the aftermath of the vote.
Yeah.
Your thoughts quickly about what we will see from him the day after?
Stephen Bannon gets blamed.
No. Don't think so.
Listen, I would say this. I think Susan Collins' wish list is her Christmas list is this guy. Right? I mean, her stock. She's put another stock in it.
But we've seen this administration struggle time and time again to get anything done in Congress. This is now a president who is, you could say, for the most part, is neither feared because of this result nor respected. And if you don't have one of those things, it's really hard to get anything done. And this result now just makes it so much harder. Forget the numbers in the Senate. The president's moral authority, whatever, to push stuff through Congress. It just took a big hit.
Well, listen, no, I think so. I think you've got a really big quagmire coming. Like I said, I think Susan Collins, she's giddy as a lark now. But
yeah, Murkowski from Alaska
as well. Absolutely. I mean, like I said, their Christmas list is check it all.
But I want to throw in another thought here about the president, and as you talk about his limitations now going forward after this defeat, one of the central narratives of this race had been fake news and, you know, the liberal media putting forward a narrative that was untrue about Roy Moore. Was that not repudiated in Alabama? I mean, does this affect the president's narrative going forward as he challenges
the
everything
exit polls
that's put
were
out?
reflective of pro-Trump voters, right? I mean, so like it was what, high 90s of people who went out and voted for Moore were supportive of Trump, and then it was reversed.
And they didn't believe the allegations anyway.
Right, 9 out of 10.
The more they
and those who voted for Jones believe
it, so
it played into the narrative, absolutely.
But for African-American voters who came out in their droves, again, showing that they will not be swayed by that kind of narrative and will vote along their own issues.
John said it. He was a bad candidate. I mean, at the end of the day,
it's beyond that.
He's a bad candidate.
It's beyond that. There is something happening with liberals. There's something definitely happening with the left. So you had people staying home, but we had people showing up. This is an incredibly red state. This was a miracle. What happened tonight was not supposed to happen. You essentially saw women and voters of color, mostly women of color, black women, pulling Alabama into the 21st century. It was pretty amazing.
Okay, in his victory speech, Jones did not talk about Donald Trump. He did not talk about Roy Moore. He did not talk about Steve Bannon.
This entire race has been about dignity and respect. This campaign has been about the rule of law. This campaign has been about common courtesy and decency.
It was also about a whole lot more than that for Democrats. The DNC poured a huge amount of money, about $1 million into Alabama. They had 30 operatives on the ground there helping out very quietly, making sort of no big song and dance about it. Progressive groups like MoveOn.org were also there. So, Mo, this now puts the Democrats on the offensive for the midterm elections. It changes the map in so many ways, right?
It does in the short term, but I want to give a little pause to this. I mean, it's stunning victory, but it also saddens me that the second coming of George Wallace and Bull Connor was in such a close election. Let's not forget, we're only talking about 1.5%. This was not a runaway election. This was a very close election, and most people thought that Roy Moore was still going to win. I don't think that this changes the election map. I think it changes the trajectory of where things are going in the short term.
Okay, does it change the type of candidate fielded by the Democrats, Caroline?
I think it absolutely does, right? It emboldens the Democrats to put up people who have a clear message. And I actually don't think that Doug Jones had much of a clear message. I think that adding to how extraordinary this was, people were voting for him because they didn't want Roy Moore, right? They didn't want a race baiter, someone who's homophobic. They didn't want somebody who has nostalgia for a time when slavery is legal. And they certainly don't want someone who has accusations of preying upon young girls. So it was much more about that than it was actually about Doug Jones. But I think they will put up candidates who are much more forceful with a Democratic agenda because it's obviously selling.
John, is this the turning point, though? Are we now seeing, you know, the electorate turn against the president? Virginia, New Jersey, governor races, huge blowback for the president. Now this as well, you know, repudiation of the president. Is this the momentum which is starting to build?
I don't see this as being a repudiation of the president at all. I see this as being a bad candidate who had huge problems.
Embraced by the president.
But still, it wasn't his choice in the primary. To the point that was made earlier about the Democrat in this case, it'll be interesting to see what Chuck Schumer does with him, because he is a blank slate. He essentially ran as the guy who never diddled children. When he gets in the Senate, are they going to let him vote like a red state Democrat, which means he's going to be voting with the Republicans all the time? Or are they going to have to hold him in line because the margins are so thin? If they make him vote with the other Democrats frequently, he's toast.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone say
Hit pause.
We'll take a short break. When we come back here on Newsroom LA, who will take the fall for this stunning Republican loss in Alabama? We know that the finger-pointing at the White House has already begun.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is facing new accusations of sexism as he spars with a female senator. The details are just ahead. Hello, everyone. You're watching CNN's breaking news coverage of the upset results in the Alabama Senate race.
And our panel is back with us for more on this. Okay, a lot of questions now about the future of Steve Bannon. He, of course, went down to Alabama and campaigned for Roy Moore.
3 times.
3 times? Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Okay, our reporting from the White House, sources are telling CNN the president has egg on his face, according to this source, because of Bannon. He told Trump if more lost Democrats would feel emboldened to go after the president on sexual harassment issues. This source, who is familiar with Bannon's pleas to Trump, explained that's why Trump had to do this. The source continued, the president invested his political capital and it blew up in his face. We're also told that the president is unlikely to blame Bannon, regardless of what you've been saying, John. But Austin, whether or not Bannon gets some of the blame, all of the blame, how damaging is this now for him? Because he was hoping to field a whole host of, new Republican candidates.
Well, given the margins, in Congress, I actually think there's a lot of internal talk about what seats and what races do we really want to play in. Because the repercussion and the damage could be long term. I would actually be curious to hear again what the Trump whisperer has to say on that. My thought is that Alabama basically said, listen, we don't want the establishment to pick our candidate, so we went with Roy Moore. It turned out to be a kook. Alabama and Charles Barkley, fellow Auburn alumni, was down there saying, I think, which is what most Alabamians felt, which is, listen, we are tired of being the butt of the joke, so we're largely going to stay home and not support this kook. So I think you've got a really big problem that is brewing. And again, I would be curious to hear what you think.
So John Phillips, the Civil War, to his point, where is the Civil War now between the Bannon side and the rest?
Any other Republican would have won this race by double digits. It was Stephen Bannon that got behind Roy Moore, Stephen Bannon that convinced the president to get behind Roy Moore, and Stephen Bannon was the one that caused them to lose this race. Now, if you're a Republican donor, if you're someone that gives lots of money to groups that go out and runs candidates for office, are you more or less likely to give Stephen Bannon money after he produced this result tonight? My guess is the money dries up.
You mean the guy who lost a Republican race in Alabama doesn't get any more money?
Well, listen, he's picked a lot of losers.
Yeah, he has actually,
yeah. Well, but again, he was part of Trump's coalition, and so to your point earlier, I think you've got this world of Trump closing in, and you've got this world of the establishment Republicans on very thin ice. There isn't a resolution, and so things get worse.
And so, Mo Kelly, for those establishment Republicans, do they breathe a sigh of relief right now at this moment with Steve Bannon at least cowed for at least these few hours and the fact that his candidate did not win it?
I think they've exchanged one problem for another. Yes, they might have dodged the bullet of Roy Moore, but they still have to effectively legislate. They still have to push through this agenda and make sure that there is a Republican Party that is there remaining come 2020. Because if there is a washout in 2018, they could conceivably lose the House and the Senate. And the momentum at this point, whether you believe it or not, is still trending towards the Democrats. After Virginia and New Jersey and now Alabama, the reddest of all states, Alabama, you have to assume that if, at the minimum, this helps the Democratic fundraising arm.
And Caroline, how enthused are Democrats now because of this, because of Virginia and New Jersey, the governor races a few weeks ago? Does this now mean that states which would normally be sort of out of reach, are they kind of being looked at now?
I think that's definitely the evidence we see, right? These states are in play. The fact that this happened means that everything should be in play for Democrats. And we know that the DNC is running around the country looking for races that both on the House and Senate side that might be vulnerable. When it comes to the 2018 election, this actually, Doug Jones's victory actually puts the Senate in play.
And just to that point, we have heard from the former Democrat presidential nominee, Hillary Clinton. She's on a book tour, and she had a few words for the crowd. Listen to this.
But boy, I have a lot more hope tonight than I had last night. You heard it exactly at the same time we did, and I could hear the cheers coming from all of you.
I mean, Hillary Clinton there, I also want to add what she tweeted earlier, in addition to those comments she made. She said, tonight, Alabama voters elected a senator who'll make them proud. And if Democrats can win in Alabama, we can and must compete everywhere. Onward. But can they?
Should she just go away?
I thought she had. Yeah.
I don't
I'm
want
sorry,
her to
I
go
don't mean to be
away.
rude, but I mean,
but why?
Continually hear from
as long as she's the loudest voice in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, she got 3 million more votes than the sitting president. I think she maybe has something to say.
Other former candidates.
She does nothing for the Democrats.
A male
I'm just
all the
wondering
time.
at this point. No, I'm just wondering if she does more harm than good by coming out.
I agree.
This kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
I would absolutely disagree. The Me Too movement is all about, and the Women's March, I mean, what is happening right now in the country is very much inspired by her. It's also inspired by people like Roy Moore and Donald Trump, sexual predators in the White House.
And her husband.
But she, and her husband, I would absolutely agree with that. But she has catalyzed a movement. So she is seen as the head of this still by millions of American women.
And let's not forget, she won the popular vote. So
by 3 million.
So at the end of the day, there is a legitimacy to her vote that I think many people across this country would agree with. And to say that she should go
well,
away.
I'm just wondering if just, you know, the Clintons have dominated the Democratic Party for such a long time that perhaps it would be good if, for the party, if a new breed of leadership came through, so maybe the average age of the party leadership wasn't approaching to 80. But anyway, let's move on, because we're also looking at a couple of other issues here with regards to the blame and the finger-pointing, because we're hearing from the White House. The finger-pointing tonight has already begun. One source close to the White House on Tuesday night called for the president to replace his political director, Bill Stepien. It's not because Stepien advised Trump in favor of endorsing Moore. Sources tell CNN he advised against it, but it's that Stepien has little to no influence. John, firing Stepien is not going to fix this problem. Ultimately, does this come down to, you know, maybe the president needs to take a good hard look at what he's been doing?
Well, I think he got burned in the primary and the general. He took Mitch McConnell's advice in the primary, got behind Luther Strange instead of Mo Brooks, who I think was probably the strongest candidate there. And then Stephen Bannon gave him the advice to get behind Mr. Pederast in the general election, and that didn't work out for him either. So, look, I mean, when Trump follows his own instincts, as we saw during the campaign, I think he was better off. When he's taking advice from the establishment wing or the Bannon wing, sometimes they lead him down the wrong path.
But we must just caveat or cap that with, this is a president who says only his opinion matters. He has the instincts, he knows what he's doing, he doesn't really listen to other people. So
yeah, I think he's likely to double down on that after tonight.
This is a president who does not admit fault. He does not accept responsibility. But he's at his best when he's selling himself. He is at a loss when he's trying to sell other candidates and speak on behalf of the party and also other candidates. As long as Donald Trump can stay out of the way of the party, they'll be okay. But they've had a problem trying to control him or direct him.
Right. That is the understatement.
Yeah, and can we also just note that President Obama also weighed in on this race and had robocalls, and he also, you know, helped galvanize the African-American vote. We'll come back in the next hour and see what part that played in all of this.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, the call for Donald Trump to step down escalates into a nasty public feud with a female senator. Why he is being called sexist, next on Newsroom LA.
Welcome back, everybody. Just coming up to 32 minutes past the hour. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. I'm John Vaught.
And I'm Aisha Sasay, coming to you live from Los Angeles.
Well, a remarkable upset in the deeply red state of Alabama. Democrat Doug Jones has defeated Republican Roy Moore in the state's contentious Senate race.
Jones is now the first Democrat to be elected senator from Alabama in more than 20 years. But so far, Roy Moore has refused to concede, even though the state's Republican Party says this election is over.
Donald Trump spent this election day in a public spat with Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand after she demanded his resignation over multiple allegations of sexual misconduct.
Well, the president lashed out on Twitter, calling Gillibrand a lightweight who would do anything for campaign contributions. She later held a news conference and called his comments derogatory.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
And joining us now, CNN's legal analyst, Arifa Martin, and Jessica Levinson, professor of law and governance at Loyola Law School. What was truly remarkable about what the president did on Twitter? It was on the same day that the special election was being held in Alabama. And when you look at the exit polls, what it shows, women went for Doug Jones by 15 points over Moore. So, Jessica, this attack on Kirsten Gillibrand seems to be, just another issue for a president and a Senate candidate in Alabama, both of whom have lots of issues when it comes to women.
Yes, I mean, it's somewhat surprising slash absolutely astounding that President Trump would decide to highlight on Today of all days the fact that he has been the subject of sexual harassment. And let's call it for what it was. I mean, he was essentially calling a senator a prostitute. He was saying she'll do anything for campaign contributions. He was calling her a lightweight. I mean, I think that this was in every way discriminatory. I think in every way it was just plain stupid. On the other hand, at least we're talking about something other than Roy Moore, who he supported, but he is keeping this issue in the news. And you know, this Me Too movement is not going away, and he is simply just throwing logs on the fire.
Ariva, this is what Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren said. She called out the president on Twitter. Let's put it up for our viewers. She said, "Are you really trying to bully, intimidate, and slut-shame Senator Gillibrand? Do you know who you're picking a fight with, Senator Gillibrand?" I mean, you know, it does, you know, and she says, good luck with that. It is incredible, you know, back to the general point, that the president would go down such a road, considering his history, considering everything he's in the midst of.
He's completely tone deaf on these issues. I think he's been on another planet as this whole Me Too movement has taken, you know, so much prominence in the national news, wall-to-wall coverage for the last 2 months. The list of men who've been fired or who lost their positions because of allegations of sexual abuse. And the senator called on him to do the very thing that Democratic senators called on Al Franken to do and John Conyers. So it wasn't as if she asked him to do something extraordinary or something that wasn't asked of other elected officials. And he, being at the highest level of government, should be held to the highest standard. And so I think his response to her is what we've seen from him, which is deflect, lie, and attack women.
Very quickly, I want to bring the White House's response into play. Sarah Sanders, the press house, the White House press secretary said your mind would have to be in the gutter to take it to a place of suggesting it was sexist.
Yeah, that's where her boss's mind is all the time. That's where his actions are all the time. And I feel a little empathy for Huckabee Sanders because she has to go out there every day and defend these policies and defend his actions and his statements when there's no clear defense for them. So she's sitting there stumbling, and you can tell very uncomfortable as she even talks about this issue when there's so much evidence to support the allegations against him. And there's no reason to discredit the women who came forward against Moore and then somehow believe that the women against Donald Trump are lying. Just no evidence to support that.
Okay, well, so you know, Donald Trump is well known for, you know, not pulling his punches. Everyone, unless you're Vladimir Putin, is fair game, it seems. His attacks on women, though, are quite infamous. There were the comments he made after one of the presidential elections about the Fox News anchor, Megyn Kelly.
She starts asking me all sorts of ridiculous questions, and, you know, you could see there was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever.
Earlier this year, during an ongoing feud with MSNBC anchor Mika Brzezinski, he called her crazy and said she came to his resort in Florida bleeding badly from a facelift. Carly Fiorina, a candidate for the GOP nomination back in 2015, Trump told Rolling Stone, "Look at that face. Would anyone vote for that? Can you imagine that? The face of our next president." And he's called Rosie O'Donnell a pig. And so, Jessica, you know, Donald Trump insults, you know, a lot of people, but when he insults women, it seems to be especially personal, especially nasty.
Well, it seems to be especially personal, and I want to pick up on something you were just talking about, which is Sarah Huckabee Sanders saying, well, your mind would have to be in the gutter. And this is so quintessential of something that happens with President Trump and then his surrogates and members of his administration. So all of the statements that you outlined, we all know what he means. He's talking about how women look. He goes, when it comes to women, how women look, how heavy they are. It's all about appearance, and it's a much different attack than it is on men. And then one of his surrogates will say, I can't believe you thought that. I mean, so we saw that throughout the campaign when it was candidate Trump. We've seen this throughout the administration. And then it's our fault for taking the statement exactly as it was intended to be taken. And so, yes, I think it's really important that we continue to say there's something deeply troubling about what he says about women, but let's think actually even more about the actions. Let's talk about the diversity of his administration, which is at historic lows. Let's talk about who he is appointing to the judiciary, where he is appointing record numbers of white men. Let's talk about who he's appointing in his own administration. And so it's also important to look at not just what he says, but the fact that it links very carefully to what he does.
Okay, stay with us because we will take a short break.
We will, Ariva and Jessica, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, when we come back, African-American voters turned out in record numbers, turning Alabama from ruby red to blue. More on that in just a moment. Alabama has its first Democratic senator in decades after a narrow upset win by Doug Jones. The vote exposed deep divisions in the state, especially on racial lines.
Well, exit polls had well over 9 in 10 black voters going with Democrat Doug Jones. Republican Roy Moore held a big advantage among white voters. That was expected. Nearly 7 in 10 voted for him. Ariva and Jessica are still with us. Ariva, to you, going into this race, there was this narrative that African-American voters were not mobilizing. We kept hearing that over and over again. They're not mobilizing. They're not excited. They're not coming out. But then come the day and the results, they flipped it on its head. Just remind our viewers, African Americans make up 26% of the electorate there, of the population there in Alabama. He got 30% of African Americans out for this vote, which was incredible. I want us to put up on the screen how they broke for these candidates, just so we can see the raw numbers. As you see there, black men and black women, over 90%, well over breaking for Doug Jones. 92% of black men, 97% of black women. You see the rest of the numbers much lower amongst white men and white women. And I wonder, Riva, whether that had something to do with comments made like this by Roy Moore. Take a listen.
I think it was great at a time when the families were united. Even though we had slavery, they cared for one another.
Roy Moore there reminiscing about the time of slavery when families were united. Was that a galvanizing factor in this race?
I think that was, but I think the reality is African Americans are a reliable Democratic voting bloc, and we are so often dismissed, and our vote is disrespected, and the narrative around our vote is typically negative, and we're cast as being apathetic and not voting. And I think what we saw today in Alabama is what you typically see in African-American voters. We are fiercely loyal, and when we are motivated, we come out and we can be the difference in an election. Our vote matters. Our vote counts. Barack Obama galvanized the Alabama vote, the African-American vote. We saw Charles Barkley, we saw Spike Lee, we saw Cory Booker in the state, boots on the ground, encouraging black voters to come out and vote, helping the black voters understand how important this race was. And so they heard the call and they responded.
But that's the point, isn't it? It's when they're engaged. You talked about when they're engaged, when people come out, they engage and they speak to them.
Well, all voters have to have a reason to vote.
Absolutely, that's my point.
There has
you can't
to be
just assume that they're going to come out.
Yes, you cannot take the vote for granted, and there was a real reason for African-American voters. There was a clear choice. There was a clear difference between these candidates, and the kind of statement about there being a happy time in America during slavery is the kind of statement that gave black voters a reason to go to the polls.
Retired NBA star Charles Barkley, who went down and campaigned for Doug Jones and against Roy Moore, he made that very point about the Democrats have got to stop taking African-American voters for granted.
This is a wake-up call for Democrats. Your Democrats, and I told Mr. Jones this, and I love Doug, they've taken the black vote and the poor vote for granted for a long time. It's time for them to get off their ass and start making life better for black folks and people who are poor.
And Jessica, if the party doesn't deliver, African-American voters will stay at home like they did in 2016.
They will. And I think one of the things that we need to look about is this incredible divide that we saw between the white voters and the African-American voters. So, yes, African-American voters will stay home, and it looks like they came out even more than they did in the 2008 and 2012 elections, which is the last time we had good exit polling. But I think that we need to have a discussion among our communities, among ourselves, as to why a man who makes these openly racist comments, who talks about the fact that we shouldn't have, the end of the Constitution, which was in many ways designed to protect African Americans, why he still did so well with white voters.
The numbers were incredible,
I think people are seeing, well, this is a victory for African Americans, but I also think, in a way, it's a defeat and it's an indictment of many white voters who don't see this as problematic for everybody.
And Moore did better with white women than Trump did.
Yeah, the white women vote just continues, I think, to frustrate particularly African American women and voters, because there's this sense that there's a coalition of African Americans and particularly suburban white women. And we saw with respect to Donald Trump, those white women didn't break in favor of Clinton, they broke in favor of Donald Trump. And we saw tonight the same way. White women broke in favor of
Much
Moore.
higher numbers, though.
High numbers. And some reports suggest that white women, particularly uneducated white women, they draw their power from white men. So they are going to be aligned with the white male vote more so than any coalition that may exist with minority voters. And so I think we saw that tonight. White women, particularly, if we look at the socioeconomic and the education level of those voters, we'll probably see a huge percentage of uneducated white women voting with Roy Moore because their husbands, the men in their lives, voted for Roy Moore. So we've got to talk about how do we really build coalitions with white women and African American, Latino, and other people of color if we're going to really be successful in 2018 and 2020.
I want to just go weigh in very quickly because I know you seem like you wanted to say something.
Well, I mean, I think that's exactly right. It's key to look at that, but what's striking to me is that these numbers in terms of who turned out and the racial background of who turned out and how they voted was actually fairly predictable, except for what we're talking about, which is the overwhelming number of African Americans who voted for Roy Moore. So most things actually in the Alabama race, after all of our talk about the fact that...
You mean the African Americans that voted for Doug Jones?
Excuse me, for Doug Jones. So all of our discussion about how people thought, well, all of these accusations are going to be a factor, the exit polls show that the majority of people said the accusations of sexual harassment and pedophilia, they weren't the factor. President Trump
made their minds even before
and so we largely stayed the status quo, except for the large number of African Americans who went for Doug Jones.
I think it tells us race, and race.
Yeah.
Jessica and Ariva, thank you both.
Thank you, ladies. All right, quick break here. Next on Newsroom LA, we'll go back to our political panel for more on this stunning upset in Alabama. Stay with us.
Possibly the strangest moment of the past 24 hours, defeated candidate Roy Moore riding his horse to cast his ballot.
Yeah, indeed.
There we go.
In case you're wondering, that's a Tennessee walking horse, apparently. That's
Called
what
Sassy.
You know? Yep.
Okay, back to our panel now for what was a standout moment, a takeaway, what you remember most from this election result. Austin, we'll start with you.
Yeah, listen, I think as much as this is just a one-off election, it was a special election in December. You had pedophilia allegations, so it's not going to be recreated. I think Republicans have a really hard time with white educated voters in suburban areas. We've seen that over the past elections. I also think anyone who works on campaigns now has to add to the list of vetting questions, do you intend on riding a horse poorly?
Caroline?
I think that Donald Trump needs to be as worried about sexual violence allegations as he does Russia. I think that this tells us very clearly that the electorate matters, that this matters to the electorate. It's a salient issue, and this is a man who has an allegation from a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old, his ex-wife, and 16 other women.
Mo?
I think this is a good moment for the Democrats. It's generating momentum. It remains to be seen whether that moment is going to turn from momentum into a movement. The Democrats need not to overplay their position and think that this is going to ride them off into the sunset into 2018.
On a horse called Sassy.
I'm sorry.
And the horse metaphors are
Shame reference anymore.
Seriously.
John.
My takeaway is that candidates matter. The Republicans need to field a bunch of people to run for office next cycle who have been vetted, who are disciplined. No more dinner theater Donald Trumps.
Okay.
From the Donald Trump supporter.
Yeah, okay.
No,
And
there is the original, and it works for him.
okay.
Right.
But there's a lot of copycats where it's like
Original
Trump man
sexual
driving
predators,
a
not the
road.
copycats.
Yeah.
And I just want to know, when I said, should Hillary Clinton go away, what I meant to say was, should she be keeping a lower profile? Is she doing more harm than good by, propping up and being on this book tier and being so visible after having lost the election and having been so divisive, in many parts of politics in this country?
When I
that
said
is
it,
what I
I
meant.
was locked up.
No offense to Secretary Clinton.
Yes.
Donald Trump is one really good tweet away from shifting momentum away from this election back on Hillary Clinton. Yes.
Yeah, well, she will be impeached any day now.
So very quickly, who is going to be the subject of President Trump's tweet in the coming hours? Trump whisperer.
I say Bannon. It may not be in the coming hours, but I think in the long term, Bannon takes the blame.
Austin, who will be the subject of the
You know
next
what? I
tweet.
think he actually makes a jab at establishment Republicans.
Caroline?
I think it's going to be Bannon. Bannon simply didn't vet this candidate well. He should probably stick to propaganda at Breitbart.
Mo.
He's just going to blame the Democrats. He's not going to go after Bannon. I think he fears Bannon. Bannon can actually hurt him.
He's going to blame Hillary Clinton.
Which is the Democrats.
Exactly. On Drudge today, Bannon was taking the blame.
Well, Sean Hannity, though, was blaming McConnell. So that's a toss-up.
McConnell was blamed for the primary. I'm telling you, Bannon's going to take the
I will say this, listen, there's, again, all of those things that make this a weird election, 22,000 plus write-ins. You know, Richard Shelby, that kind of falls on his shoulders largely, so.
Yeah, well, we shall see. We shall know in the coming hours what the president taps out on that little screen. We'll all be watching very closely. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you for a great conversation. All right, thank you for watching CNN Newsroom live from Los Angeles. I'm Aisha Sasay.
I'm John Vors. The news continues on CNN right after this.
I have been waiting all my life, and now I just don't know what the hell to say.
A seismic shift in the U.S. Senate. Doug Jones, the first Democrat to win in Alabama in a quarter century. The vote already leading to calls for a shakeup inside the White House. Good morning. Welcome to Early Start. I'm Christine Romans.
I'm Dave Briggs. It was a shocker. Were you stunned when you woke up?
You know, I had no idea how this thing was going to go. I just had no idea how that race was going to go.
I was stunned to read the results. Wednesday, December 13th. It is 3 a.m. in the East, 2 a.m. in the center of the political universe, which is Alabama this morning. Democrat Doug Jones turning deep red Alabama blue, capping off a long-shot campaign with a stunning win over Republican Roy Moore in last night's high-stakes Senate race. Jones taking 49.9% of the vote, 1.5 points ahead of Moore, who could not overcome sexual misconduct allegations that plagued him from the outset.
Alabama has been at a crossroads. We have been at crossroads in the past, and unfortunately, we have usually taken the wrong fork. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you took the right road. As Dr. King liked to quote, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice."
Moore quoted scripture as he talked to his supporters. He refused to concede, telling his supporters it's not over and it's going to take some time. His campaign insisting a recount is possible, depending on write-in and military ballots. But Alabama's state Republican Party says it's over. And Alabama's Secretary of State says it is highly unlikely the outcome will change. Our coverage of this historic election begins in Montgomery with CNN's Eric Bradner. Eric, what tilted this race to Doug Jones?
Yeah, a big part of why Doug Jones won was absolutely huge turnout from African-American voters. Black voters made up 30% of the electorate, according to CNN's exit polls. That's even bigger than in 2008 and 2012, the presidential elections. So the Jones campaign had really focused on turning out African-American voters, bringing people like civil rights icon John Lewis, the congressman from Georgia, Cory Booker, the senator from New Jersey, into the area, Charles Barkley, the basketball star, to campaign to try to turn out African-American voters. It worked. The other big element of success was suburbanites either staying at home or switching parties. These are two ingredients that are important, not just here in Alabama, but in 2018 headed into the midterms. It's what Democrats hope will be a recipe for success for taking the House. The other big lesson here is that candidates matter. Roy Moore was nowhere to be found on the campaign trail the final week. He had just about 2 events. He took 2.5 days off the trail to leave the state, go on a vacation with his wife. And that really ended up hurting him, whereas Jones was absolutely everywhere, campaigning in dozens of places every weekend.
All right, Eric Bradner for us in Montgomery as we're digging through these exit polls, seeing who turned out and why, and what tipped Doug Jones just across the finish line. Thank you so much for that, Eric.
All right, President Trump was all in on Moore when it was clear the Republican seat was lost. His reaction was extraordinarily tame by Trump standards. The president tweeting, Congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a very big factor. But a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at this seat in a very short period of time. It never ends.
But a White House source tells CNN the result is devastating for the president, describing it as an earthquake. The finger-pointing already underway with calls for the president to replace his political director, Bill Stepien.
Let's go live to Washington and bring in Sarah Westwood, White House correspondent for the Washington Examiner, and from Los Angeles, political commentator Mo Kelly, host of the Mo Kelly radio show. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Let's just get your reaction to what is a stunning defeat for the Republican Party, for the president, for Roy Moore. Sarah, we'll start with you.
Well, absolutely. This is a blow to President Trump's credibility. Once again, not only did he back the losing candidate in the Republican primary, Senator Luther Strange, who was originally appointed to fill that vacancy, but he ended up backing the loser in the general election as well. This is a president who really likes to be associated with winners, someone who doesn't usually tolerate losing very graciously. And so for him to be a part of a race that was a loser in a very red state where Republicans expected to win is obviously just a psychological blow to the White House, as well as a very real political one, because the loss of a Republican Senate seat could certainly imperil the rest of the president's agenda, and it puts a ticking time bomb on tax reform to get done before Doug Jones is seated.
Mo, let's talk about the anatomy of this win for Doug Jones. A squeaker, but it looks as though African Americans and women, especially women who are mothers of children under 18, suburban moms took him over the edge. But when you dig in with these numbers too, though, what I think is super interesting is that white women leaned toward Roy Moore.
There was nothing that was palatable about Roy Moore if you happen to be a woman, if you happen to be African American. We're talking about a candidate who was pro-slavery adjacent, a candidate who was anti-14th Amendment. If you can't beat a guy like this, then the Democrats would never have won. It was a stunning victory, but the RNC, the Republican Party, should be very concerned because the stain of Roy Moore lasts beyond this election because they went all in on this candidate, and so by association, they are seen as the party of Roy Moore, even though he lost.
The African-American turnout number, as was pointed out, exceeding Obama-level numbers, Mo, which is just stunning when you consider this is a special election. This is the only reason to come out and vote. 22,000 people came out and voted for a write-in knowing they have no factor in this election. Just to come out and say, no, I will not have this. What can you read into that as we approach 2018?
I would say that is emblematic of the dwindling power and import of the president in terms of influencing elections. Yes, President Trump won a year ago, but because of his actions, because of his influence, he is now motivating those on the left side of the aisle, those who are liberals and even moderates, to come out. He has energized the Democrats and the Democratic base in a way that Hillary Clinton could not. And that does not portend well for the Republicans going into 2018.
What happens now? The president and his response, Sarah, we're hearing this reporting from Maggie Haberman overnight that he had this kind of very tame tweet. What's the blame game going to be looking like, you think?
Well, certainly President Trump is probably going to have something additional to say besides the very congratulatory, conciliatory tweet that he put out earlier this evening. We really don't know what a defeated President Trump looks like. This is probably the biggest political defeat that he's been dealt since he's been in office. In other special elections that have taken place since he was president, like in Georgia, like in Kansas, Montana, Republicans have won. And so President Trump hasn't had to grapple with this kind of defeat. So it'll be very interesting to see how he reacts and how he and Republican leaders in Congress come to terms with the fact that getting their agenda through is going to be that much harder until 2018 because the margins in the Senate, which were already extremely thin for Republicans, are going to get just another vote thinner.
Roy Moore's own political strategist ahead of this election said this is Donald Trump on trial. If the people of Alabama vote for Doug Jones, they're voting against the president. That's from the Roy Moore campaign. What about the Steve Bannon war on incumbent Republicans? Is his power done as we know it, Mo?
I don't think so. He can always stay on the periphery and be a thorn in the side. He has always made it very clear that he is opposite of Lindsey Graham and what Lindsey Graham is trying to do. So if anything, Steve Bannon may not have the type of cachet or the power that many people thought that he had, but that doesn't change his direction. That doesn't change his intent or what he plans to do as far as trying to push through his specific agenda, which I view is somewhat different from the president's.
Let me read to you something from the Senate Leadership Fund. From Stephen Law, the CEO of the Senate Leadership Fund. This is a brutal reminder that candidate quality matters regardless of where you are running. Not only did Steve Bannon cost us a critical Senate seat in one of the most Republican states in the country, but he also dragged the President of the United States into this fiasco, Sarah.
Absolutely. There are a lot of folks who are going to be asking whether Steve Bannon has any credibility left heading into 2018 when he planned to back challenges to a lot of Republican incumbents. And there are a lot of questions about whether the Senate Leadership Fund and other groups took the right approach to the Republican primary. Remember that there was another Republican candidate in this race, Congressman Mo Brooks, who was seen as a bomb thrower in Congress, but someone who had been vetted by a congressional race before, someone who could have easily glided to victory during the general election. And the Senate Leadership Fund, Senator Mitch McConnell, went all out to prevent Mo Brooks from entering the runoff with Luther Strange, because, as you remember, a lot of establishment Republicans were behind Luther Strange, who lost to Roy Moore. So there have been a lot of questions about whether the Republican Party really botched this from the get-go by blocking an insurgent candidate who actually had a chance to win in the general election.
Finally, Mo, can Democrats overread the results here? This was a historically bad candidate for the Republican Party. He checked virtually every box of the bad candidate form that you might fill out. Can they overread this?
Oh, absolutely. In your question was the answer. We're talking about a special election in December against a candidate which would never, ever happen again. And you had a candidate who won in Doug Jones who was just milquetoast enough where he didn't offend anyone. These circumstances will never appear again. And yes, it does change the trajectory going into 2018, but it doesn't decide what is going to happen in 2018. If I were a Democrat, and I'm not, I would say be happy in the moment, but don't get so happy that you overplay your hand moving forward.
It is stunning. Above all else, there's a lot of single-issue voters in Alabama, and they vote on abortion. We have a pro-choice senator from the state of Alabama, first Democrat in 25 years. We'll check in with you guys in about 30 minutes.
Thank you. Nice to see you bright and early or late, depending on your perspective and your coast. All right, was the president making a sexual insinuation when he said a New York senator would do anything for campaign contributions? This morning, one editorial says the president isn't even fit to clean toilets. Oh my goodness, more next. All right, the president's tweeting causing controversy. This time he is taking heat for taking on New York's Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. She's calling for the president's resignation, citing the many sexual misconduct allegations against him. Now the president is under fire for tweeting Gillibrand would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them.
The president's critics claim he was insinuating the senator would accept sexual favors for financial support, or at least not closing the door to that. This scathing indictment of Mr. Trump from the typically restrained USA Today editorial board, quote, a president who would all but call Senator Kirsten Gillibrand a whore is not fit to clean the toilets and the Barack Obama Presidential Library or to shine the shoes of George W. Bush. This isn't about the policy differences we have with all presidents or our disappointment in some of their decisions. Donald Trump, the man, is uniquely awful. More now from CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House.
Good morning, Christine and Dave. President Trump has injected himself squarely in the middle of the sexual harassment debate once again, going after, in a personal way, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, calling her a lightweight who would, quote, do anything for political contributions. This prompted this uproar over what the president meant by do anything for contributions. At the White House briefing on Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders said this.
Many, including Senator, thinks that it's about sexual innuendos.
I think only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way. And so, no.
So Sanders pushing back on the fact that there was any sexual innuendo intended by the do anything remark. But as for Senator Gillibrand, she reacted strongly to the president. She was on Capitol Hill, joined by other Democrats throughout the day, saying that President Trump simply cannot talk like this to Democratic senators or others.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
So this back and forth puts President Trump again in the middle of this sexual harassment debate that's shaking the world of politics, media, and Hollywood. The president is saying he did not do what any of his accusers said. Now, many Democrats on Capitol Hill calling for his resignation or congressional investigation into any of that. As for the White House, Sarah Sanders said the president would not participate in any type of an investigation on Capitol Hill into any of these allegations of wrongdoing. Dave and Christine.
All right, Jeff Zeleny at the White House for us this morning. Thanks, Jeff. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson announcing the U.S. is ready for talks with North Korea without preconditions. He made the remarks Tuesday at the Atlantic Council in Washington. Tillerson making it clear if North Korea makes bad choices, the U.S. is prepared to act.
We're ready to talk anytime they'd like to talk. But they have to come to the table, and they have to come to the table with a view that they do want to make a different choice. In the meantime, our military preparedness is strong. I will continue our diplomatic efforts until the first bomb drops.
Pyongyang has dramatically ramped up the pace of its military program in 2017. Since February, the regime has fired off 23 missiles. All right, ahead, President Trump making his final pitch today on tax reform, promising big benefits for years to come. But the bill could have an immediate impact on your paycheck. Details next.
All right, the House and the Senate working to reconcile their two tax bills. President Trump making his final pitch on tax reform. He's set to give a speech at the White House today on how the bill will help all Americans, he says. Polls show low approval for both plans, but GOP leaders promise big benefits if the final bill passes. They say they're still on track for a vote next week. But first, there's a lot of negotiating to be done. The latest round is centered on the corporate rate and if it will be cut to 22%, not 20%, as promised. The president has conceded that could be a possibility, 22%. Doing so would create $200 billion in much-needed revenue over 10 years. That's because both bills propose big corporate tax cuts that add $1.5 trillion to the deficit with no guarantee it will add jobs or raise wages. However, it will spell big changes to your paycheck right away. If passed, several payroll provisions begin January 1, like how much tax is withheld from your paycheck, higher taxes on bonuses and commission, and many tax-free benefits become taxable, meaning you could pay more. In fact, employers have been imploring the White House and the Republican Congress to keep this in mind with how quickly they're going, how hard it will be for them to make some of these changes so quickly.
They are going to have to just light speed this thing through before Doug Jones is seated. This morning, Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton expected to name a replacement for Senator Al Franken. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune reporting he will choose his lieutenant governor, Tina Smith, as Minnesota's next U.S. senator. Sources say she plans to run for the seat in a special election next year. Franken announced last week his intention to resign after he was accused of improper conduct toward more than a half dozen women. With the selection of Tina Smith, Minnesota will now have 2 female senators for the first time in U.S. history, in Minnesota history. Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat, is, of course, the other one. That is an interesting development. One of the most reliably Republican states in the nation, Alabama, is blue this morning. Doug Jones defeating Roy Moore in a highly contested Alabama Senate race. The fallout for the president, and what's in store for the 2018 midterms and for the president's legislative agenda. Next.
And now I just don't know what the hell to say.
Say for the first time in 25 years, a Democrat wins a Senate seat in deep red Alabama. Doug Jones with the major upset over Roy Moore. How is the president handling the defeat, and can Democrats carry this momentum into 2018. This is big international news, folks. Good morning. It is front page news in the UK, in France, in Spain, in Germany. Thanks for getting an early start with us. I'm Dave Briggs.
And certainly it is the top story here in the United States. I'm Christine Romans. It is 31 minutes past the hour. Democrat Doug Jones turning deep red Alabama blue, capping off this long shot campaign with a stunning win over Republican Roy Moore in last night's high stakes Senate race. Jones taking 49.9% of the vote, 1.5 points ahead of Moore, who could not overcome sexual misconduct allegations that plagued him from the onset.
Alabama has been at a crossroads. We have been at crossroads in the past, and unfortunately, we have usually taken the wrong fork. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you took the right road. As Dr. King liked to quote, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice."
Moore quoted scripture as he talked to his supporters, refusing to concede, telling them, quote, "It's not over and it's going to take some time." His campaign insisting a recount is possible depending on write-in and military ballots. But Alabama's state Republican Party says it's over. Alabama's Secretary of State says it is highly unlikely the outcome will change. Our coverage of this historic election begins in Montgomery with CNN's Eric Bradner. Eric, good morning to you. How'd he do it?
Well, a big part of Jones' victory was massive turnout from African-American voters. According to CNN's exit polls, black voters made up 30% of the electorate here. That's a bigger share of the electorate than they made up in 2008 and 2012 presidential elections. That was a key focus of the Jones campaign in the closing days and weeks. They brought in civil rights icon John Lewis, the Georgia congressman, Cory Booker, the New Jersey senator, Charles Barkley, the NBA star, other African-American leaders to try to turn out the black vote, and they were tremendously successful in that regard. Another key was suburbanites, people that typically vote Republican here in Alabama, either staying home or in some cases switching over and voting for Jones. Now, this is a recipe that Democrats hope they can replicate in the 2018 midterms. If it worked in Alabama, it could work in other more competitive states. The other element here is that candidate quality matters. Roy Moore was a uniquely controversial candidate, and he all but disappeared from the campaign trail the final week or so of the race, only holding a couple of events. President Trump, of course, tried to get him over the hurdle, but our exit polls found that even President Trump is not that popular anymore in Alabama. Only about half of the voters here approve of the job that he's doing, Dave.
That is stunning for a president that won Alabama by 28 points 1 year ago. All right, thank you, my friend. We'll check back with you next hour.
So President Trump was all in on Moore. Remember, he called him and said, "Go get him, Roy." When it was clear the Republican seat was lost, the president's reaction was tame by Trump standards. The president tweeting congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a very big factor, but a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at this seat in a very short period of time. It never ends.
But a White House source tells CNN the result is, quote, devastating for the president, describing it as an earthquake. The finger-pointing already underway with calls for the president to replace his political director, Bill Stepien. The president, Christine, has a great point about the write-in votes, which were larger than the margin in this election.
Right.
But those write-in votes, they showed up to just send a signal to say to the president, to say to the Republicans that we will not have this type of candidate represent our state.
22,000 write-in. Let's go live to Washington and bring in Sarah Westwood, White House correspondent for the Washington Examiner, and from Los Angeles, political commentator Mo Kelly, host of the Mo Kelly Radio Show. And you talk about the none of the above votes here really tells you just how hard fought that race was. You know, Sarah, how important do you think it was that Senator Richard Shelby, the senior senator, Republican senator from the state, just yesterday, a couple days ago, said he was not voting for Roy Moore? How important was that to Alabamians?
I think it was probably a critical factor. Shelby is someone who obviously commands a lot of credibility and clout in the state of Alabama. The fact that most elected Republicans kept their distance from Roy Moore from the time of the first emergence of the allegations to Election Day probably played a factor. It was interesting that the president, the Republican president, was one of the only members of his party to re-engage with Roy Moore after those allegations surfaced. The RNC then began to put money and resources back into the race, but the NRSC did not re-engage in that race. Senator Mitch McConnell was never a fan of Roy Moore and even questioned as early as yesterday whether he would even allow Roy Moore to have committee assignments if he joined the U.S. Senate. So certainly the fact that most of the Republican Party remained aligned against Roy Moore up until Election Day dealt a blow to his chances.
Mo, millions of words in newspapers in this country and around the world will be dedicated to what happened last night. A book may someday be written about what happened last night in Alabama. But Jeff Flake, the Republican senator from Arizona, who has battled with the president, may have summed it up best with 2 words in a tweet: decency wins. Was decency, above all else, the biggest message taken away from this win?
It may be the biggest message, but I wouldn't say it's the only message. I would say the larger message is this president is in trouble in the sense that he's 0 for 3. I'm talking about Luther Strange, Ed Gillespie, and now Roy Moore. And in terms of what happens now, this is a big moment for the Democrats. You can say that they've generated some momentum, but I'm not so sure that it's a movement. And in terms of movement, now will Republican candidates and incumbents, will they run to the president or away from him as we go into 2018? And that would tell me more than anything else.
Yeah, I think the broader effect long term for the Democrats remains to be seen on this on this state, but it is fascinating to think about. What about the legislative agenda, Sarah? Because you've got the president speaking this afternoon at the White House about tax reform. They want to get this done. They want a bill to the president next week on tax reform. Well, how does the legislative agenda play here?
Well, the White House must certainly be worried that the 52-seat majority that Republicans had is about to get 1 seat thinner as early as January, when Doug Jones is expected to be seated. They can only lose 1 Republican now on any given policy moving forward, and that margin was already too thin to get Obamacare repeal over the finish line. Tax reform already had 1 Republican defector. It could have more once it comes out of conference. So certainly this has become a race against the clock for Republicans to pass tax reform before Doug Jones is seated. They already don't have a lot of wiggle room as it is. They can't really afford to lose any of their margin in the Senate right now when they're working with such a critical piece of legislation. So they're going to try to get this out of conference and onto the president's desk as soon as possible. And it's not just a symbolic deadline anymore to have it done by Christmas. Now it becomes a procedural one.
Just a week ago, Dave, you were hearing whispers from Republicans that they were so confident on tax reform they were going to look real quickly into next year on entitlement reform. You know, they wanted to move on to entitlements, and you wonder if maybe there's some cold water on some of that impetus.
You would have to think. And as we move beyond that in the Senate, Mo, Nevada, very much in play. Arizona, very much in play. If Democrats can hang on in West Virginia and North Dakota and Missouri, are we talking about the potential of a Chuck Schumer majority leader?
Well, the potential is there. I'm not sure the reality is there. There was the potential back in 2016, and we had a Republican-held majority, and also Donald Trump became president. The Democrats have to be careful not to get ahead of themselves. And yes, they won the game, but they haven't won the World Series, as they say. I would say that if you can demonstrate that you can flip Alabama and turn Alabama blue, then every seat is on the table after that.
Right, Tennessee, they have a very popular candidate the Democrats do in a former governor. It could be in play.
Guys, let's talk about women here for a minute, because this was the real storyline of the last couple of weeks, where all these women accusers coming out and talking about their interactions with him over the years. Before that, he was not an ideal candidate by Republican standards at all because of so many of the other things that he has said and done about gays, about African Americans and other groups that have been offended by his policies and things he has said. But women in particular, Sarah, when we look here at mothers, for example, so women, suburban women who have children under 18, 66% leaning toward Jones, 32% for Moore. But when you look overall, I think he overall won women, right? He overall won women, but when you look at women with children, he lost. What do you make of the gender breakdown here, Sarah?
Well, in the case of President Trump, after the Access Hollywood tape, there was this suspicion among a lot of observers that President Trump could no longer win the election because women would defect from him en masse, and we didn't see that happen. So there was sort of an expectation heading into the Alabama race that Roy Moore could still win because women wouldn't necessarily abandon him over something that had to do with sexual misconduct. But certainly we saw that women helped put Doug Jones in the Senate seat. Some of them did, in fact, defect from Roy Moore. You can talk about the severity of the allegations against Roy Moore versus the severity of the allegations against President Trump. But we did see a different pattern when it came to women voters in Alabama than we did with Trump after the Access Hollywood tape.
But the African-American turnout really is the huge takeaway in the side of this election, exceeding Obama levels. But it wasn't just the sexual misconduct, child molestation allegations. Roy Moore said in 2011, getting rid of the amendments after the 10th would eliminate many problems. That includes the amendment to abolish slavery. Charles Barkley came in, Cory Booker came in, and really rallied that vote. Mo, can they emulate that type of African-American turnout, passion, or anything close to it beyond Alabama?
Well, yes and no. Yes, if you can field more candidates in opposition like Roy Moore, but I mean, he was the genie in the bottle. He was a lightning strike. He was very specific. I mean, how many candidates are you going to have who are going to come out who are reminiscent of Bull Connor or maybe George Wallace? That's not going to happen again. So Democrats have to be careful not to be complacent. African-American voters have to remember that it's not just this election, and we should be cautious not to ascribe the enthusiasm of what was going on in Alabama that it's going to naturally spread around the country. There's a long time between now and 2018, and also politics is still very local. The people voting in Alabama, probably one-issue voters like the rest of the country, but it does not mean that one issue is the same across the board. African Americans are not homogenous.
All right, Mo, Sarah, thank you so much, you guys. Really nice to see you this morning. Great analysis.
Appreciate it. Was the president making a sexual insinuation when he said a New York senator would, quote, do anything for campaign contributions? This morning, one editorial in a national newspaper says the president is not fit to clean toilets. More next. The president's tweeting triggering more controversy after taking on New York's Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Gillibrand is calling for the president's resignation, citing the many sexual misconduct allegations against him. Now, Mr. Trump, under fire for tweeting Gillibrand, quote, would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago, and here's the kicker here, would do anything for them.
I also like how begging is in quotation marks. I don't know what that means. Some of the punctuation, I don't know why he's putting that in quotation marks. The president's critics claim this is insinuating that the senator would accept sexual favors for financial support. This scathing indictment of Mr. Trump from the typically restrained USA Today editorial board. Listen carefully. A president who would all but call Senator Kirsten Gillibrand a whore is not fit to clean the toilets in the Barack Obama Presidential Library or to shine the shoes of George W. Bush. This isn't about the policy differences we have with all presidents or our disappointment in some of their decisions. Donald Trump, the man, is uniquely awful. More now from CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House.
Good morning, Christina and Dave. President Trump has injected himself squarely in the middle of the sexual harassment debate once again, going after, in a personal way, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, calling her a lightweight who would, quote, do anything for political contributions. This prompted this uproar over what the president meant by do anything for contributions. At the White House briefing on Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders said this.
Many, including Senator, thinks that it's about sexual innuendos.
I think only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way. And so no.
So Sanders pushing back on the fact that there was any sexual innuendo intended by the do anything remark. But as for Senator Gillibrand, she reacted strongly to the president. She was on Capitol Hill, joined by other Democrats throughout the day, saying that President Trump simply cannot talk like this to Democratic senators or others.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
So this back and forth puts President Trump again in the middle of this sexual harassment debate that's shaking the world of politics, media, and Hollywood. The president is saying he did not do what any of his accusers said. Now, many Democrats on Capitol Hill calling for his resignation or congressional investigation into any of that. As for the White House, Sarah Sanders said the president would not participate in any type of an investigation on Capitol Hill into any of these allegations of wrongdoing. Dave and Christine.
Jeff Zeleny, thank you. A series of anti-Trump messages exchanged between top FBI employees released to lawmakers on Capitol Hill. One of those employees, Peter Strzok, was recently removed from the special counsel investigation into Russian election meddling. The messages spanned more than a year, including the election period, and they refer to Trump as a, quote, idiot and loathsome human being, among other insults. They also described a potential Trump victory as terrifying. And as supporters of the president will tell you, that's a major problem, not just for the special counsel, but of course he had a role in overseeing the Hillary Clinton email investigation as well.
Yeah, certainly not wise.
No,
All right,
to say the least.
51 minutes past the hour. Bitcoin, another record high, this made-up internet currency, but the chief U.S. financial regulator has a message for investors. Buyer beware. Details on CNN Money Stream next.
Welcome back. This morning, Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton expected to name a replacement for Senator Al Franken. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune reporting he will choose his Lieutenant Governor Tina Smith as Minnesota's next U.S. Senator. Sources say she plans to run for the seat in a special election next year. Franken announced last week his intention to resign after he was accused of improper conduct toward more than a half a dozen women. With the selection of Tina Smith, Minnesota will have 2 female senators for the first time in history.
All right, thousands of firefighters finally making headway against the huge Thomas fire in Southern California. Officials say the blaze is now 25% contained. Winds have decreased to 15 to 25 miles an hour. It's, of course, the winds that have been fueling the tinder-dry region. The Thomas fire has burned some 236,000 acres. Red flag warnings are now confined to the mountains of Los Angeles and Ventura counties, covering just over 1 million residents. At the peak last week, nearly 20 million people were affected.
San Francisco's Board of Supervisors setting a June 5th date for a special election to replace Mayor Ed Lee, who died on Tuesday. Lee's sudden death coming just hours after he appeared in an event at a city hospital. According to Congressman Nancy Pelosi, the 65-year-old Lee suffered a heart attack the night before while he was grocery shopping. Board of Supervisors President London Breed has been named acting mayor.
All right, let's get a check on CNN Money Stream this morning. Global stocks mostly lower after another record high on Wall Street. Bank stocks pushing the Dow and the S&P 500 to all-time highs. The Nasdaq closed lower on a dip in tech stocks. The 2-day meeting of the Federal Reserve concludes today. The central bank is expected to raise interest rates. It would be the 3rd hike this year. It also marks the last meeting for that woman, current Fed Chair Janet Yellen. Her term ends in February. Bitcoin just hit its own new record high, closing in on 20 grand for one of these little made-up internet coins. The chief U.S. financial regulator has a message for investors. Buyer beware. The SEC chairman, Jay Clayton, is urging extreme caution with virtual currencies, warning investors to be wary if a promoter guarantees returns, if an opportunity sounds too good to be true, if you are pressured to act quickly. Clayton added that Bitcoin is not registered with the SEC. Unlike traditional established recognized currencies, these virtual coins aren't tied to a central bank. Ticket sales are strong with The Last Jedi. I can't wait. Star Wars The Last Jedi doesn't come out until Friday, but it's already become the top advanced ticket seller of the year. That's according to Fandango. The Last Jedi toppled another Disney production, Beauty and the Beast, for the top spot. It is on track for an opening weekend in the 200 million range. A huge number, but it may not beat the previous Star Wars film. The Force Awakens had the biggest box office opening in movie history. Are your kids Star Wars fans?
They are, but I think this is a little beyond them. They're more into whatever's coming out for Christmas. And Rotten Tomatoes is into it, though. 93%. Pretty good reviews so far.
I haven't seen Coco yet either. Coco is the other sleeper hit that is making tons of money.
Well, that one has a 97%.
A ton of them. So, all right.
Okay, Early Start continues right now with this massive political earthquake in Alabama.
life, and now I just don't know what the hell to say.
The seismic shift in the U.S. Senate. Doug Jones, the first Democrat to win in Alabama in a quarter century. The vote is already leading to calls for a shakeup inside the White House. Roy Moore calling for a recount there in Alabama. Good morning, and thank you for getting an early start with us. I'm Dave Briggs.
And I'm Christine Romans. It is Wednesday, December 13th. It is 4 a.m. in the East, and the Democrat Doug Jones turning deep red Alabama blue, capping off a long shot campaign with a stunning win over Republican Roy Moore in last night's Senate race. Jones taking 49.9% of the vote, 1.5 points ahead of Moore, who could not overcome sexual misconduct allegations and his checkered past.
Alabama has been at a crossroads. We have been at crossroads in the past, and unfortunately, we have usually taken the wrong fork. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you took the right road. As Dr. King liked to quote, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice."
Moore quoted scripture as he talked to his supporters, refusing to concede, telling them, quote, "It's not over and it's going to take some time." His campaign insisting a recount is possible depending on write-in and military ballots. But Alabama's state Republican Party says it's over. And Alabama's Secretary of State says it's highly unlikely the outcome will change. Our coverage of this historic election begins in Montgomery with CNN's Eric Bradner. Eric, how did Doug Jones get it done?
Well, Dave, first and foremost, he won with a huge African-American turnout. Black voters, according to CNN's exit polls, made up 30% of the electorate. That's a bigger share of the electorate than they did in 2008 and 2012 presidential elections. This was a huge focus of the Jones campaign in the run-up to the election. He brought in a lot of African-American leaders to campaign for him, including John Lewis, the Georgia congressman, civil rights icon, Cory Booker, the New Jersey senator, Charles Barkley, the basketball star, and others. And this was really his focus, and it paid off. Another important element for the Jones campaign was suburbanites either staying at home, lower turnout, or in some cases crossing over and voting for Jones. This is a recipe that Democrats hope they can repeat in other states in the 2018 midterms. But the other element here is that Roy Moore was a uniquely controversial candidate. And not only that, he disappeared from the campaign trail for the last week or so. He only held 2 events and went out of state for a couple of days. The president tried to get him over the hump. President Trump tweeted on Moore's behalf and campaigned near Alabama on Friday night. But CNN's exit polls showed that even President Trump is not as popular as he once was, with only about half the voters here in Alabama saying they approve of the job he's doing.
Donald Trump won the state by 28 points 1 year ago. Eric Bradner live for us this morning in Alabama. Thanks.
President Trump was all in on Roy Moore. When it was clear the Republican seat was lost, his reaction was tame by Trump standards. The president tweeting congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a very big factor, but a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at this seat in a very short period of time. It never ends.
But a White House source tells CNN the result is, quote, devastating for the president, describing it as a, quote, earthquake. Finger pointing already underway with calls for the president to replace his political director, Bill Stepien.
All right, let's talk about this race. Let's go live to Washington, bring in CNN politics reporter Tal Kopin. And Sarah Westwood is back with us. She's the White House correspondent for the Washington Examiner. And Tal, as we go through all of these exit polls, trying to find out what was motivating the people in Alabama, what do you see? What tipped him over the edge, Doug Jones?
I think it's a combination of factors, as Eric was describing. It's almost sort of the perfect storm that Doug Jones needed to pull off this victory. You have the combination of the heavy African-American turnout. You have apparently a bit of lackluster performance among Republicans, some folks who just couldn't bring themselves to vote for Roy Moore, either stayed home or, as we see, a heavy number of write-ins. And so It seems to be a swirl of those factors, the president's unpopularity. It's really hard to pin this on one thing, but it seems that exactly what Doug Jones needed, all those factors came together last night.
Sarah, decency wins was the message from Republican Senator Jeff Flake, who did donate to Doug Jones. To you, what is the message that Alabama sent last night?
Well, certainly, like Tal mentioned, this was obviously a deeply flawed candidate in Roy Moore. This is someone who was always going to have trouble. Set aside the fact that he was accused of sexual misconduct involving teenagers. He had said some controversial things in the past, taken some positions throughout his career that had made him a very inflammatory choice from the very beginning for Republicans. And so I think what you'll see from the party and even from the White House over the next few days is to lay this defeat squarely at the feet of Roy Moore. They don't want to pin this on the president. They're not going to want to pin this on problems plaguing the party at large throughout the country. They're going to want to say that this defeat was because Roy Moore was a flawed candidate and for no other reason. And so I think you'll try to see the party contain the loss to Roy Moore's personal flaws.
I'm trying to, especially since there's this whole Me Too movement and this sort of reckoning for women at work that we've seen this year. It's interesting to try to drill down and see what was the impact of the sexual misconduct allegations against this candidate. When you break it down, exit polls, people were asked, are sexual misconduct allegations against Moore marginal, definitely true, probably false, or definitely false? You can see how that definitely true. Only 26% said definitely true, and 27% said probably false. One wonders just what was the factor, Tal, of those allegations, or if Roy Moore was not a palatable candidate in the first place.
Before those allegations.
Yeah, I think both are true. There's no doubt that Roy Moore has a history of being an extremely controversial figure, popular in Alabama to an extent, but not, without flaws in his political record in Alabama. And so that was already there. It is stunning to see how many people thought the allegations were false. And when you split that by partisanship, it is incredibly lopsided in terms of whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you believe the allegations that were levied against him. But you can't say they were not a factor. When you look at those numbers, more than half, roughly half, said it was probably true or definitely true. And so when you have that many people in the electorate having that on their minds, you see the result at the polls.
All right, Sarah, just a year ago, the president won there by 28 points. Now, it's an environment in which the president supported Luther Strange in Alabama, lost. Supported Ed Gillespie as governor of Virginia, lost. And now, third time is the charm. The president is above all else and always has been, always will be a brander. What is the Trump brand where we sit today?
Well, certainly the White House will be reevaluating its strategy for choosing candidates to support, and you might see the series of episodes that you just mentioned encourage the White House to be a little more cautious about the outreach that they do on behalf of Republican candidates in 2018. They don't want these losses to continue to reflect poorly on the credibility of the president, on the clout of the president with his base. This is going to raise questions naturally about whether he can still command the support of his base, because he was down in Pensacola, right in the backyard of Alabama, and couldn't quite get Roy Moore over the finish line. So you may see the White House political director's role being questioned, and you may see questions about the formula the White House is using to choose its candidates in the primaries and general elections next year.
Just to be clear, someone may get fired, but this, according to all accounts, was the president on his own with no encouragement from anyone in the White House, even against the words of his daughter, going all in on Roy Moore.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make. Elections have consequences, and elections also mean policy. And Sarah, I'm wondering what you think this means for the president and his push for tax reform. And when we look out to next year, they were talking about infrastructure. Just a few days ago, Republicans were excited about the prospect of a quick win on taxes and moving on to entitlement reform. When you look at the balance of power, there's no margin for error.
Absolutely not. I think Republicans are going to now recognize that the clock is ticking on tax reform. They had a self-imposed deadline of getting this done by the end of the year. President Trump has described tax reform as a Christmas present to America. But now they have a procedural deadline facing them, with Doug Jones likely to be seated in January. So they know they need to get this done as quickly as possible, because once Doug Jones is seated, they will only have a 51-seat majority in the U.S. Senate, meaning they can only afford to lose one Republican on any given policy moving forward. They lost 3 on health care. They lost 1 on tax reform. On big, major legislative issues, they're just not going to have a lot of wiggle room to play around with next year.
And because of that, Tal, what does this do to the influence of people like John McCain, Jeff Flake, Bob Corker, Susan Collins moving forward?
Yeah, just to name a few, I think you're absolutely right that individual members of the Republican conference now have an incredible amount of influence over the shape of policy because, as Sarah said, they can only lose 1 vote. And if they do, then the vice president is able to break that tie anymore, and they cannot even pass. And that's just, to be clear, that's just the legislation that they're able to move through this procedural technique called reconciliation. That's not even speaking of bigger packages of legislation where now they're going to have to win 9 Democrats to move things forward. And so there's absolutely no margin for error, and that does embolden individual senators and, quite frankly, senators on the Democratic side who may be looking to cut a deal could be at play here, but it gives them the power to say, this is what I want, this is what I absolutely won't vote for, and leadership is going to have to take those concerns into account.
All right, Tal and Sarah, nice to see you bright and early this morning. Thank you for your expert analysis. Great to see you. Get a cup of coffee. Come back in a few minutes. All right, was the president making a sexual insinuation when he said a New York senator would, quote, do anything for campaign contributions? This morning, one editorial says the president is not even fit to clean toilets. Oh, it's quite an op-ed. We have that next.
The president's tweets triggering controversy again. He's attacking New York's Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand after she called on him to resign over the sexual misconduct allegations against him. Now, Mr. Trump getting slammed for tweeting Gillibrand, quote, would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them.
Now, many people read that and thought that was an insinuation that the senator would accept sexual favors for financial support. This scathing indictment from Mr. Trump from the typically restrained USA Today editorial board. Listen to this. A president who would all but call Senator Kirsten Gillibrand a whore is not fit to clean the toilets in the Barack Obama Presidential Library or to shine the shoes of George W. Bush. This isn't about the policy differences we have with all presidents or our disappointment in some of their decisions. Donald Trump, the man, is uniquely awful. More now from CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House.
Good morning, Christine and Dave. President Trump has injected himself squarely in the middle of the sexual harassment debate once again, going after, in a personal way, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, calling her a lightweight who would, quote, do anything for political contributions. This prompted this uproar over what the president meant by do anything for contributions. At the White House briefing on Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders said this.
Many, including Senator, thinks that it's about sexual innuendos.
I think only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way. And so no.
So Sanders pushing back on the fact that there was any sexual innuendo intended by the do anything remark. But as for Senator Gillibrand, she reacted strongly to the president. She was on Capitol Hill, joined by other Democrats throughout the day, saying that President Trump simply cannot talk like this to Democratic senators or others.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
So this back and forth puts President Trump again in the middle of this sexual harassment debate that's shaking the world of politics, media, and Hollywood. The president is saying he did not do what any of his accusers said. Now, many Democrats on Capitol Hill calling for his resignation or a congressional investigation into any of that. As for the White House, Sarah Sanders said the president would not participate in any type of an investigation on Capitol Hill into any of these allegations of wrongdoing. Dave and Christine.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson announcing the U.S. is ready for talks with North Korea without preconditions. Not exactly in line with the president's position. He made the remarks Tuesday at the Atlantic Council in Washington. Tillerson making it clear if North Korea makes bad choices, the U.S. is prepared to act.
We're ready to talk anytime they'd like to talk. But they have to come to the table, and they have to come to the table with a view that they do want to make a different choice. In the meantime, our military preparedness is strong. I will continue our diplomatic efforts until the first bomb drops.
Pyongyang has dramatically ramped up the pace of its military program in 2017. Since February, the regime has fired off 23 missiles.
All right, President Trump making his final pitch today on tax reform. He promises big benefits for years to come, but the bill could have an immediate impact on your paycheck. Details next. All right, the House and the Senate working hard to reconcile their two different tax bills. President Trump is making his final pitch on tax reform. He is set to give a speech at the White House today on how the bill will help all Americans. Polls show low approval for both plans, but GOP leaders promise big benefits if the final bill passes. And they say they're still on track for a vote next week. It's going very quickly, and we still don't have this reconciled version yet. We don't know exactly what it will look like. First, there's a lot of negotiating to be done. The latest round is centered on the corporate rate, if it'll be cut to 22%, not 20% as promised. The president has raised the possibility that he'd be okay with 22%. Doing that would create $200 billion in much-needed revenue over 10 years. That's because both bills propose big corporate tax cuts that add $1.5 trillion to the deficit with no guarantee it will add jobs or raise wages. However, it will spell big changes to your paycheck right away. If passed, several payroll provisions begin January 1, like how much tax is withheld from your paycheck, higher taxes on bonuses and commission, and many tax-free benefits become taxable, meaning you could pay more.
This morning, Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton is expected to name a replacement for Senator Al Franken. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune reporting he'll choose his lieutenant governor, Tina Smith, as Minnesota's next U.S. senator. Sources say she plans to run for a seat in a special election next year. Franken announced last week his intention to resign after he was accused of improper conduct toward more than a half a dozen women.
San Francisco's Board of Supervisors setting a June 5th date for a special election to replace Mayor Ed Lee, who died Tuesday. Lee's sudden death coming just hours after he appeared at an event at a city hospital. According to Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, the 65-year-old Lee suffered a heart attack the night before while he was grocery shopping. Board of Supervisors President London Breed has been named acting mayor.
All right, one of the most reliably Republican states in the nation, from red to blue this morning. Doug Jones defeats Roy Moore in a highly contested Alabama Senate race. The fallout for the president and what's in store for the midterms and the president's legislative agenda as well. Next on Early Start.
And now I just don't know what the hell to say.
For the first time in 25 years, a Democrat wins a Senate seat in deep red Alabama. Doug Jones with the major upset over Roy Moore. How's the president handling the defeat? And can Democrats carry that momentum into 2018? Welcome back to Early Start this morning. I'm Christine Romans.
I'm Dave Briggs. 4:30 Eastern Time, 3:30 in the center of the political universe. That's the state of Alabama, where Democrat Doug Jones turned deep red Alabama blue, capping off a long shot campaign with a stunning win over Republican Roy Moore in last night's Senate race. Jones taking 49.9% of the vote, 1.5 points ahead of Moore, who could not overcome sexual misconduct allegations in a very controversial past.
Alabama has been at a crossroads. We have been at crossroads in the past, and unfortunately, we have usually taken the wrong fork. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you took the right road. As Dr. King liked to quote, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice."
Moore quoted scripture to his supporters, refusing to concede, telling them it's not over and it's going to take some time. His campaign insisting a recount is possible depending on write-in and military ballots, but Alabama's state Republican Party says it's over, and Alabama's Secretary of State says it is highly unlikely the outcome in this race will change. Our coverage of this historic election begins in Montgomery with our very own Eric Bradner. Good morning. What tilted, Eric, this race to Doug Jones?
Christine, the biggest factor was huge African-American turnout. This was a big focus of the Jones campaign, and CNN's exit polls found that 30% of the electorate was black. Now, that's a higher share of the electorate than President Obama got in 2008 and 2012. So that was a big factor. The Jones campaign had brought in John Lewis, the Georgia congressman and civil rights icon, Cory Booker, the New Jersey senator, Charles Barkley, the former Auburn University and NBA basketball star, and other African-American leaders to really get out the vote in key urban areas in the final days and weeks, and it turned out to work. Another focus of the Jones campaign was suburbanize. Democrats hoped that some of these Republican-leaning voters would either stay home or vote for Jones. They ended up getting just enough, and that could be a recipe for success for Democrats in the 2018 midterms. We've seen this now in a couple of elections in Virginia and now Alabama. So it could be a way that Democrats could win elsewhere on the map next year. Now, the other factor here is that Roy Moore was a uniquely controversial candidate. He all but disappeared from the campaign trail in the final week of the race, even leaving the state over the final weekend. President Trump tried to carry him over the hurdle, but it didn't quite work, in part because our exit polls found that the president's approval rating had dipped to a point where only about half of the state's voters who turned out on Tuesday approve of the job he's doing.
Eric, so fascinating. All right, thank you so much. Bright and early. Chilly Montgomery, Alabama this morning. Thanks, Eric.
President Trump was certainly all in on Roy Moore. When it was clear the Republican seat was lost, his reaction was extraordinarily tame by Trump standards. The president tweeting, quote, "Congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a very big factor, but a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at this seat in a very short period of time. It never ends."
But a White House source tells CNN the result is devastating for the president, describing it as a quote, earthquake. The finger-pointing already underway with calls for the president to replace his political director, Bill Stepien.
All right, let's go live to Washington and bring in CNN politics reporter Tal Koppen and Sarah Westwood, White House correspondent for the Washington Examiner. Good to see you both. This was largely on the backs of female voters and African-American turnout, to Eric's point, exceeding that of Obama-level numbers, which is a shocker. What's the biggest takeaway for you, Sarah, as to what happened last night?
Well, certainly the White House is going to try to limit this defeat to the flaws of Roy Moore. Republicans who backed him are going to say that the reason Doug Jones is headed to the United States Senate is because Roy Moore was terribly controversial. He was bad at campaigning. He faced these allegations of sexual misconduct. They're not going to want to admit that this reflects any broader trends that the Republican Party may face in 2018, or they don't want to admit that this could be the harbinger of a Democratic wave that we could see in the midterms. So I think that the takeaway Republicans will have is that this was just a confluence of events that we may never see again that put Doug Jones in Congress.
Yeah, we just heard Eric Bradner, our reporter, call him a uniquely controversial candidate, and I think that is a really great way to look at it. We've never sort of seen that combination line up before. And Tal, when you look at breaking down the vote, you saw that African-American turnout was very robust for Doug Jones. Women went for Doug Jones, although interestingly enough, white women leaned toward Roy Moore, which is an interesting, I guess, a breakdown. But tell me a little bit about how you think the sexual misconduct allegations and gender played a role in this result.
Well, Christine, there's no denying that they were a major factor. It's simply impossible to ignore as an element of the race. One element, to be sure, but it's there. And, when you looked at the exit polls of people who said that they believed the allegations, they were heavily split by party affiliation. Democrats were much more likely to believe the allegations than Republicans. But even overall, among the electorate, roughly half, just over, believed that they might be true. And that's a huge number. number. And, you know, you said white women did split for Roy Moore, but certainly not by the numbers that he would have needed to carry that state. And, you know, African American definitely split for Doug Jones. So, you know, when you have this national conversation, when you have a gender gap, when you have historically high African American turnout, all those factors combined with Republican apathy or even distaste, just being unable to vote for Roy Moore, it was sort of a perfect storm for Doug Jones. And, you know, while I take Sarah's point absolutely that this is in some ways an isolated election, you can absolutely believe Democrats are going to take heart from this fundraising, lessons on turning out the vote. It's not quite as isolated as it may seem to Alabama.
So interesting that the Senator Richard Shelby, the senior Republican senator of the state, said he did not vote for Roy Moore, and he said that before the election. It looks as though his role as an Alabamian was a bigger influence than the president's as a leader of the Republican Party.
Jeff Sessions wouldn't admit who he voted for, so he would not publicly say, I voted for Roy Moore.
It was his seat in the first place.
So here we are. This is a special election in the state of Alabama, and it is not just front page news in Alabama or New York or LA. It is around the world. We are seeing front page news in the UK, in France, in Germany, and it is the #1 trending topic worldwide. Sarah, what is the message sent to President Trump? Because that's what all the international papers are running with. This is a blow to the President of the United States.
Absolutely. I think the White House may be reconsidering the decision to back Roy Moore late in the race. I think the White House reviewed polling that suggested that Roy Moore could still eke out a victory after the allegations of sexual misconduct surfaced. And that's when you saw President Trump decide to endorse Roy Moore, first on Twitter, then with a phone call, then in speaking to reporters, and finally flying down to Pensacola for a rally and recording a robocall. There's no way that the White House can walk away from the fact that they did go all in for Roy Moore. They could have stood on the sidelines. They could have limited their endorsement to just the tweet. They could have done any number of things that would have limited their exposure in the case that we're seeing now with a Roy Moore defeat. But now this reflects poorly on the White House's credibility. It raises questions about the role President Trump can or should play in 2018, and they may be rethinking the strategy they pursued in this race.
Tall along those lines, Luther Strange, Ed Gillespie, Roy Moore.
Third time's a charm.
All endorsed by this president, all lost.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And, you know, this is going to have ramifications all over the place. It makes, you know, we're seeing an international reaction that it reflects poorly on Donald Trump, but this is going to reflect poorly on him in Washington. Keep in mind, he's still trying to muscle an agenda through Congress, and very slowly this year, they still haven't scored a major legislative accomplishment. And if Republicans feel that being tied to the president is a drag at the ballot box, that is absolutely going to change their calculus now, with, as we're seeing, a razor thin majority in the Senate once Doug Jones is seated on what was already thin. So, you know, you call this election a shockwave. It is absolutely a shockwave and a warning sign for the White House. If they're perceived as, you know, a weight on Republicans' neck, it's going to be very difficult for them to have impact on legislative efforts in moving things through Congress.
And could be the nail in the coffin on Steve Bannon's war on incumbent Republicans. We shall see. No comment from Steve Bannon thus far today. Thank you, ladies. We appreciate it. Stick around. We're going to ask you about what the president tweeted about Kirsten Gillibrand in just a bit.
Was he making a sexual insinuation when he said a New York senator would do anything for campaign contributions? This morning, one editorial says the president isn't fit to clean toilets. Wait till you listen to this one next.
Stop me if you've heard this before. The president's tweets stirring up controversy, this time for attacking New York's Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. She is calling for the president's resignation, citing the sexual misconduct allegations against him. Now, Mr. Trump, being roundly criticized for tweeting Gillibrand, quote, would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them.
Also a bunch of other insults in there, too, but that really got people's attention because his critics claim he was insinuating the senator would accept sexual favors for financial support. This scathing indictment of Mr. Trump from the typically restrained USA Today editorial board. Listen to this. A president who would all but call Senator Kirsten Gillibrand a whore is not fit to clean the toilets in the Barack Obama Presidential Library or to shine the shoes of George W. Bush. this isn't about the policy differences we have with all presidents or our disappointment in some of their decisions. Donald Trump, the man, is uniquely awful.
Highly unusual from the USA Today. Let's bring back Tal Copeland and Sarah Westwood for some reaction to that presidential tweet about Kirsten Gillibrand. And Sarah, is this an overreaction by Trump critics?
Obviously, Democrats are going to try to read the most negative interpretation of that tweet into it that they can. That's what you saw Senator Elizabeth Warren do when she was the first one to come out and sort of apply this sexual context to what President Trump was saying. The RNC later in the day tried to provide some cover for President Trump by blasting out a list of issues on which Senator Gillibrand has flip-flopped on over the years, suggesting that maybe what President Trump meant was that her campaign contributions have dictated her positions on different policy issues. So the White House is saying that President Trump did not mean to imply anything sexual about Senator Gillibrand, but it's not surprising that some of President Trump's Democratic critics are interpreting it in the most negative way possible.
Just to be clear, Rick Santorum, a staunch supporter of the president, was on CNN yesterday saying he too had the same reaction as many Trump critics.
In terms of the dollars, by the way, the president at the time, who was not the president, did give Kirsten Gillibrand's campaign's money of
more than $8,000.
Yeah, $4,800 in 2010 to her Senate campaign, and $2,100 in 2007. So this is the Republican president who was giving money.
Longtime Democratic donor.
Longtime. Just a reminder, he's a longtime Democratic donor. Let's listen to what Sarah Huckabee Sanders said about this very issue yesterday and whether this was some sort of insinuation on the president's part.
Including the senator thinks that it's about sexual innuendos.
I think only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way. And so no.
You know, our minds have been in the gutter for about, I don't know, a year and a half. There's been a lot of kind of what you never would talk about, impolite conversation in the political sphere. Is she right, Tal? Has he said this about male candidates too?
Look, the White House sent a list of examples that they say show similar language, and certainly he's referenced begging for political donations before, but that parenthetical that's raising so many eyebrows really did stand out among the others. And look, President Trump, and before he was president, just Donald Trump, is a master at making an insinuation that leaves him off the hook if he wants to be. You know, he did this a number of times against President Barack Obama. He's a master of phrases like, there's something there, you know what's going on there. I mean, he's really good at sort of winking at people and saying, you know what I'm saying, without being able to be pinned down explicitly using language that makes those statements. So, you know, the White House can brush this off all they want, and certainly every tweet is open to interpretation, but to say that element isn't there really seems to beg the question when, in the context of this national conversation, it certainly could have been read that way.
It frames Kirsten Gillibrand in a new light, though, too. It gives her kind of a new platform, don't you think, as we're talking about a field for Democratic leadership going
you could argue he did her a significant favor as she readies a potential presidential run in 2020. Ladies, thanks for coming back. We really appreciate the insight on all of this morning. Sarah Westwood, Tal Copeland.
Nice to see you guys. All right, 49 minutes past the hour. Bitcoin just hit another record high. This made-up internet money. The chief U.S. financial regulator has a message for investors, though. Buyer beware. All these Bitcoin owners hate it when I say that. Details on CNN Money Stream next.
They're rich, though. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson announcing the U.S. is ready for talks with North Korea without preconditions. Not exactly in line with the president's position. Rex made the remarks Tuesday at the Atlantic Council in Washington. Tillerson making it clear if North Korea makes bad choices, the U.S. is prepared to act.
We're ready to talk anytime they'd like to talk. But they have to come to the table, and they have to come to the table with a view that they do want to make a different choice. In the meantime, our military preparedness is strong. I will continue our diplomatic efforts until the first bomb drops.
Pyongyang has dramatically ramped up the pace of its military program in 2017. Since February, the regime has fired off 23 missiles.
This morning, Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton is expected to name a replacement for Senator Al Franken. The Minneapolis Star Tribune reporting he will choose his lieutenant governor, Tina Smith as Minnesota's next U.S. Senator. Sources say she plans to run for the seat in a special election next year. Franken announced last week his intention to resign after he was accused of improper conduct toward more than half a dozen women. With the selection of Tina Smith, Minnesota would have 2 female senators for the first time in history.
That's right, Amy Klobuchar the other. New York City bombing suspect Akayed Ullah now facing terrorism charges after police say he detonated a homemade pipe bomb in a subway tunnel during the morning rush hour on Monday. According to the criminal complaint, shortly before the attack, Ullah posted a statement on Facebook saying, quote, "Trump, you failed to protect your nation." The suspect was the only one seriously injured in the bombing. He faces life in prison, but not the death penalty since no one died in the attack.
All right, thousands of firefighters finally making some headway against that huge Thomas fire in Southern California. Officials say the blaze is now 25% contained. Winds have decreased to 15 to 25 miles an hour. It's those winds that have been a real problem here for a week. The Thomas fire has burned some 236,000 acres. Red flag warnings are now confined to the mountains of Los Angeles and Ventura counties, covering just over 1 million residents. At the peak last week, nearly 20 million people were affected. It's been over 250 days without any rain in the part of Ventura County where the Thomas fire started.
Just awful. San Francisco's Board of Supervisors setting a June 5th date for a special election to replace Mayor Ed Lee, who died on Tuesday. Lee's sudden death coming just hours after he appeared in an event at a city hospital. According to Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, the minority leader, the 65-year-old Lee suffered a heart attack while he was grocery shopping. Board of Supervisors President London Breed has been named acting mayor.
All right, it is that time of the hour, just about the top of the hour. Let's get a check on CNN Money Stream. Global stock markets mostly lower, but it was another record day on Wall Street. Bank stocks pushed the Dow and the S&P 500 to all-time highs. The Nasdaq closed lower on a dip in tech stocks. The 2-day meeting of the Federal Reserve concludes today. The central bank expected to raise interest rates the 3rd hike this year. It also marks the last meeting for this woman, the current Fed chief, Janet Yellen. She's had a pretty great ride. Her term ends in February. All right, Bitcoin, that made up internet money. It just hit another record high, closing in on $20,000. This has been unbelievable. The chief U.S. financial regulator, though, has a message for investors. Buyer beware. SEC Chairman Jay Clayton is urging extreme caution with virtual currencies, warning investors to be wary if an opportunity sounds too good to be true or if you are pressured to act quickly. Clayton added that Bitcoin is not registered with the SEC. Unlike traditional currencies, the virtual coins aren't tied to a central bank. They're mined by a computer algorithm and stored somewhere on the internet.
I don't get it.
Ticket sales are strong with The Last Jedi. Star Wars The Last Jedi doesn't come out until tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow or Friday? Friday. But it's already become the top advanced ticket seller of the year. That's according to Fandango. The Last Jedi toppled another Disney production, Beauty and the Beast, for the top spot. It's on track for an opening weekend of $200 million, a huge number. It may not beat the previous Star Wars film. The Force Awakens had the biggest box office opening in history. And New York Post, at least, gives it 4 Star Wars, calls it a tour de
Star Wars.
4 Star Wars.
I get it. Yeah, Amy Fisher, it's interesting to see her in those
Yeah,
clips.
Carrie
93% on Rotten Tomatoes. You going Friday?
Not Friday, but I'll go soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of crazy fans in my family. My little boys love it.
I hope you're dressing up.
Oh, maybe. I'll bring my lightsaber.
Early Start continues right now with what the takeaway is from an earthquake politically in Alabama.
I have been waiting all my life, and now I just don't know what the hell to say.
A seismic shift in the U.S. Senate. Doug Jones is the first Democrat to win in Alabama in a quarter century. The vote already leading to calls for a shakeup inside the White House. Early Starts coverage from Alabama and Washington starts right now. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Early Start, this morning after an election edition. I'm Christine Romans.
I'm Dave Briggs. Look at the headlines. Look at the cover. In 2 papers, exactly the same thought. Alabama, it was a political earthquake last night. Today is Wednesday, December 13th. It's 5 a.m. in the East. It is 4 a.m. in the center of the political universe, which is Alabama. That's where Democrat Doug Jones turned deep red. Alabama blue, capping off a long shot campaign with a stunning win over Republican Roy Moore in last night's high-stakes Senate race. Jones taking 49.9% of the vote, 1.5 points ahead of Moore, who could not overcome sexual misconduct allegations and a very controversial past.
Alabama has been at a crossroads. We have been at crossroads in the past, and unfortunately, we have usually taken the wrong fork. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you took the right road. As Dr. King liked to quote, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice."
Roy Moore quoted scripture as he talked to his supporters, refusing to concede, telling them it's not over and it's going to take some time. His campaign insisting a recount is possible, depending on the write-in and military ballots. Alabama's state Republican Party, though, says it is over. And Alabama's Secretary of State says it is highly unlikely the outcome will change. Our coverage of this historic election begins in Montgomery with CNN's Kaylee Hartung. Kaylee, how did this election swing to Doug Jones?
Well, Christine, you don't need to look much farther than the past week of Doug Jones' campaigning schedule to understand what made this stunning upset possible. Think about it. In the past week, he had Barack Obama record a robocall for him. He brought down former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, and in the final hours, NBA great and native Alabamian Charles Barkley even got involved. He knew he couldn't do this without the help of African Americans, and he got near unanimous support from them. More support than Barack Obama himself got in this state in the 2008 or 2012 presidential elections. Our exit polls show 30% of the electorate was made up by African American voters. And the other part of this, too, you've got to mention women. Okay, you could call it the mom effect. In the state of Alabama, mothers of children under the age of 18, they voted for Doug Jones by a broad 35 percentage point. Specifically, he engaged white women who are college educated. You've also got to take into effect two contributing factors here. You cannot discount the Republicans who voted for a Democrat for the first time in their lives in this deeply conservative state that's been dependably red for so long, and also the Republicans who stayed home, the Republicans who weren't comfortable voting for Roy Moore but weren't comfortable voting for a Democrat. That ability for them to stay home really contributed to this as well. And Roy Moore, meanwhile, he fell short with his continued denials and deflections of the allegations against him. It wasn't enough to activate his powerful Christian and conservative base that he thought he had.
All right, Kaylee Hartung for us in Montgomery. Nice to see you this morning. Busy morning for everyone with all this analysis. Thank you.
It is indeed. President Trump was all in on Roy Moore, and when it was clear the Republican seat was lost, his reaction was stunningly tame by Trump's standards. The president tweeting, "Congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a very big factor, but a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at this seat in a very short period of time. It never ends."
But a White House source tells CNN the result is devastating for the president, describing it as an earthquake. The finger pointing already underway with calls for the president to replace his political director, Bill Stepien.
All right, let's go live to Washington. Bring in CNN politics reporter Tal Cope and Sarah Westwood, White House correspondent for the Washington Examiner, and Ron Brownstein, CNN senior political analyst and senior editor of The Atlantic. It is good to see you all. Ron,
good morning.
We'll deal you in first, as you are the latest to join us. The president won this state by 28 points 1 year ago. What is your single biggest takeaway from what happened last night in Alabama?
That we are seeing a very clear and consistent pattern of resistance and opposition to the president emerging across the electoral map in 2017. I mean, Roy Moore was obviously, to state the obvious, a uniquely flawed and vulnerable candidate. But what ought to worry Republicans was how much similarity there was between the coalition that elected Doug Jones and what we saw in Virginia and New Jersey and what we've seen in polls about President Obama. I mean, there were three big ingredients to this win for Doug Jones. One, as you've noted, enormous African American turnout and margin, 96%. African Americans, a higher share of the vote than in 2012, the presidential year with Barack Obama on the ballot. That does not happen in midterm elections. It reflects kind of the energy in that community. Second, a big showing for Democrats among young people. Doug Jones wins 60% of everybody under 45 in Alabama, after the Democrats have won 70% of millennials in both New Jersey and Virginia. And then third, a solid movement toward the Democrat among those college-educated white voters. It's true that Doug Jones only won 40% of them, but that's double what Obama won in 2012. So you've seen the same relative movement that you saw in New Jersey and Virginia. And then there was a little more erosion than we saw in those earlier races among what has been the Trump coalition, where Roy Moore wins 4/5 of evangelicals, but that was down from 2012, the last exit polls. He wins 3/4 of blue-collar whites. That's down slightly. The reality is we are seeing a consistent showing of this coalition of minority voters, young voters, college-educated whites, all of which are telling us in polls they are deeply unhappy with President Trump's performance and kind of demeanor as president, showing up and voting Democratic. I mean, it's the striking thing about it is it's exactly what you would expect from the approval rating polls of President Trump. And for that reason, I think it is loud footfalls for Republicans in 2018, particularly in those swing white-collar suburban districts.
Sarah, let's talk about some of the Republican reaction. Even before this, we heard from the senior senator from the state, Richard Shelby, who said that he was not voting for the Republican candidate in his own state. That really sends a message about what the Republican establishment thinks about this unique, very unique race. This morning, we hear from John Kasich. Thankfully, today, enough Republicans chose country over party. Tomorrow, we must redouble our efforts to support candidates worthy of the office they seek. Jeff Flake says this: decency wins. 2 short words that look at how many times that has been retweeted. I mean, a lot of people liking and retweeting that. Sarah Westwood, the reaction now from the Republican Party going forward, and what happens, do you think, inside the White House?
Well, certainly the White House is going to be worried about how this reflects on its credibility and its clout heading into 2018. The implications for the party, like Rod mentioned, are not good. But on the other hand, I think a lot of Republicans in Congress are secretly or openly, as you just proved, breathing a sigh of relief that they don't have to deal with a Roy Moore being in the Senate for years to come. Republicans would constantly be asked to react to the latest Roy Moore controversy. It seems like every time he opened his mouth, he said something appalling that Republicans would have been forced to grapple with. And so with him gone, that's one less vote in the Senate for the president's agenda, but it certainly doesn't have to force them to confront the controversy over whether they were going to seat him, whether they were going to put him on committees. How do you co-sponsor legislation with someone who's been accused of preying on children? So certainly that is one dilemma Republicans have gratefully avoided.
Yeah, and in terms of numbers, could put the Senate in play as we move forward, with Arizona and Nevada particularly vulnerable given the situation right now. But, Tal, this was a uniquely, historically bad candidate for the Republican Party. Can Democrats overread the results?
Sure. You know, it's always hard to draw generalizations from one election. You know, as Ron was describing, this was really a perfect storm for Doug Jones. Everything that needed to happen happened. But at the same time, this is ruby red Alabama, and we're still seeing this result. It's very close, but we're still seeing this result. And we've seen a lot of special elections where Democrats have come quite close, but ultimately fell short. We've seen the governor's races. So, you know, even if they overread the election results, I think Democrats are really going to be buoyed by this win. They're going to now look at the map as more in play. You know, this was also a turnout victory, which is very important for Democrats, especially as they embarrassingly lost some states in the presidential election that have traditionally gone blue. So that is a lesson they can take away from this. And look, you mentioned Nevada and Arizona. Those are vulnerable seats for Democrats, but we cannot lose sight in 2018 of how many vulnerable Democrats are up for re-election in really red states. And so those Democrats are now going to look at this victory and think, if Doug Jones can win in ruby red Alabama, if I can tailor my message to my state, if I can turn out the voting subgroups that I need to turn out, maybe I can win this thing after all. And so really there are lessons here that can be taken from the map that are going to carry through the 2018 election and give Democrats a little bit of confidence that they may feel like they need right now.
Yeah, still 10 Senate Democrats up for re-election in Trump states.
Let's talk, Ron, a little bit about the legislative agenda, the impact on the legislative agenda, because you know the president's going to talk today about tax reform. It's moving very quickly. They want a bill on his desk next week. They want this done as a Christmas present. Just a few days ago, I was hearing Republicans very euphoric about the prospect of getting tax reform done and moving on to entitlements at the beginning of the year, maybe infrastructure too. What happens now?
It's going to be a bit of a crapshoot for Republicans now. I mean, the margin is so razor thin in the Senate. And keep in mind, you know, a lot of the bills they've been focusing on this year, their effort to repeal Obamacare, which ultimately fell short because they lost 3 Republicans. Now they can't even, you know, there's one less to give, and tax reform that they're working on. Those are the types of bills they can pass with 50 vote you know, with the vice presidential tiebreaker.
Sure.
There are a lot of bills that they want to get to that they can't use that tricky reconciliation rule, and they're going to need 60. And now Democrats are going to be empowered, and moderate Republicans are going to feel like they are vindicated in running against Trump. I mean, it's going to be a very difficult, to say the least, situation for Republican leadership going forward.
Ron, you weigh in on that.
I would say, that, you know, specifically out of Alabama, we saw the same thing to a lesser degree, but relatively in relative movement, also very powerful, that we saw in Virginia, which is white-collar suburbs moving sharply away from Republicans in the Trump era. Madison County in Alabama, 20 points better for Jones than for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Shelby County, 20 points better than in 2016. Both the places where 40% of the adult population has a college degree. Why does that matter? Because there are so many Republicans in the House in white-collar suburban districts, particularly along the coast, in Northern Virginia, in the suburbs of Philadelphia, in Orange County, in New Jersey and New York, who voted for a tax bill that ultimately raises taxes on many of the same voters who are pulling away from the party already on cultural grounds and a kind of a personal distaste for President Trump. And those are the House members who are right on the front line of this vote. I mean, you have, you know, 24 House Republicans, 23 to be precise, in districts that Hillary Clinton carried. Many of them are white-collar districts. Many of those districts ultimately lose out in the tax bill. They are being asked to vote for it at a time when they are getting more and more evidence that those voters are already up in arms against many aspects of the Trump administration. And I think that's going to be fascinating to watch. It does seem that they're committed to do it, but they are really rolling the dice, given the consistent results we have seen now out of New Jersey, Virginia, and Alabama.
That will be fascinating to watch, as will the president's Twitter feed, Sarah, because a relatively tame reaction, as we point out, conciliatory for this president. He has not gone out and had an angry reaction just yet, but he is a brander above all else, always has been, always will be. What is the Trump brand today, and how do you expect him to react to this throughout the next couple of days?
Well, certainly President Trump is going to have more to say about this race in the coming days. I think that you might see him try to cast blame on someone else for the loss. You know, he was obviously angry when he felt like he received bad advice that led him to back Senator Luther Strange in the Republican primary. And he finally fell in line with his former White House chief strategist, Steve Bannon, to support Roy Moore in the general election. Both times, obviously, the candidate that he backed was a loser. So the White House will be asking itself a lot of questions about what led them to support Roy Moore, what polling they looked at to decide that it was a good idea to expose the president to this kind of criticism by scheduling a rally down in Alabama's backyard in Pensacola by recording a robocall. Those are the kinds of decisions that a White House with maybe a more experienced, a sharper political operation would not have made. And so I think they will be rethinking the methods that they use to arrive at those conclusions.
And maybe rethinking the role of Steve Bannon. Here's what the Senate Leadership Fund says. This is a brutal reminder that candidate quality matters regardless of where you're running. Not only did Steve Bannon cost us a critical Senate seat in one of the most Republican states in the country, but he also dragged the President of the United States into his fiasco. That from Stephen Law from Senate Leadership.
The president dragged himself into this fight. No one dragged him into it. He picked this fight. He wanted in on this. We'll bring you back in about 20 minutes. Thank you, all three of you. More ahead. But was the president making a sexual insinuation when he said a New York senator would do anything for campaign contributions? This morning, one scathing editorial from a national newspaper says the president is not even fit to clean toilets. More next.
All right, a tweet from the president creating even more controversy. This time, he is attacking New York's Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. She is calling for the president's resignation, citing the many sexual misconduct allegations against him. And now Mr. Trump is attacking her. This is what he says, tweeting, Gillibrand would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them. He put that in parentheses, and would do anything for them.
The president's critics claim he was insinuating the senator might accept sexual favors for financial support. This scathing indictment of Mr. Trump from a typically restrained USA Today editorial board, quote, a president who would all but call Senator Kirsten Gillibrand a whore is not fit to clean the toilets in the Barack Obama Presidential Library or to shine the shoes of George W. Bush. This isn't about the policy differences we have with all presidents or our disappointment in some of their decisions. Donald Trump, the man, is uniquely awful. More now from CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House.
Good morning, Christine and Dave. President Trump has injected himself squarely in the middle of the sexual harassment debate once again, going after, in a personal way, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, calling her a lightweight who would, quote, do anything for political contributions. This prompted this uproar over what the president meant by do anything for contributions. At the White House briefing on Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders said this.
Many, including Senator, thinks that it's about sexual innuendos.
I think only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way. And so no.
So Sanders pushing back on the fact that there was any sexual innuendo intended by the do anything remark. But as for Senator Gillibrand, she reacted strongly to the president. She was on Capitol Hill, joined by other Democrats throughout the day, saying that President Trump simply cannot talk like this to Democratic senators or others.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
So this back and forth puts President Trump again in the middle of this sexual harassment debate that's shaking the world of politics, media, and Hollywood. The president is saying he did not do what any of his accusers said. Now, many Democrats on Capitol Hill calling for his resignation or a congressional investigation into any of that. As for the White House, Sarah Sanders said the president would not participate in any type of an investigation on Capitol Hill into any of these allegations of wrongdoing. Dave and Christine.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks. Just want to point out, it's not all the president's critics reacting that way. Rick Santorum, former senator and a staunch supporter of the president, said on CNN yesterday how he reacted. He said, quote, the same way as everyone else read it, unfortunately. So it's not just his critics who took offense to the tone of that tweet. Meanwhile, firefighters finally making headway against the massive Thomas Fire in Southern California. Details next. .26 Eastern Time, thousands of firefighters finally making some progress against the Thomas Fire in Southern California. Officials say the blaze is now 25% contained thanks to winds that have decreased to 15 to 25 miles an hour. The Thomas Fire has burned some 236,000 acres. Red flag warnings are now confined to the mountains of the Los Angeles and Ventura counties, covering just over 1 million residents. At the peak last week, nearly 20 million people were affected.
All right, San Francisco's Board of Supervisors setting a June 5th date for a special election to replace Mayor Ed Lee, who died Tuesday. Lee's sudden death coming just hours after he appeared at an event at a city hospital. According to Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, the 65-year-old Lee suffered a heart attack the night before while he was grocery shopping. Board of Supervisors President London Breed has been named acting mayor.
All right, one of the most reliably Republican states in the nation is blue this morning. Doug Jones defeats Roy Moore in a highly contested Alabama Senate race. The fallout for the president and what's in store for the midterms next.
I have been waiting all my life, and now I just don't know what the hell to say.
Well, you could say for the first time in 25 years, a Democrat wins a Senate seat in deep red Alabama. Doug Jones with the major upset over Roy Moore. So how's the president handling the defeat, and can Democrats carry momentum into 2018? More of Early Start's coverage from Alabama and Washington right now. Welcome back to Early Start. I'm Dave Briggs.
And I'm Christine Romans. It is 31 minutes past the hour, and Democrat Doug Jones turning deep red Alabama blue, capping off a long shot campaign with a stunning win over Republican Roy Moore in last night's Senate race. Jones taking 49.9% of the vote, 1.5 points ahead of Moore, who could not overcome sexual misconduct allegations and his own checkered past.
Alabama has been at a crossroads. We have been at crossroads in the past, and unfortunately, we have usually taken the wrong fork. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you took the right road. As Dr. King liked to quote, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice."
Moore refusing to concede, though, his campaign, insisting a recount is possible depending on write-in and military ballots. But Alabama's state Republican Party says it's over, and Alabama's Secretary of State says it's highly unlikely the outcome will change. That Secretary of State will be on New Day shortly. Our coverage of this historic election begins in Montgomery with CNN's Kaylee Hartung. Kaylee, good morning to you. How did Doug Jones get it done?
And good morning, Dave. You don't have to look much past this past week of Doug Jones' campaign schedule to understand how he pulled this off. Over the course of the past week, he had Barack Obama make a robocall for him. He held events with former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick and New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, even got the NBA legend and native Alabamian Charles Barkley involved in the final hours. But he knew he couldn't do this without the help of African Americans, and they turned out for him in droves. 30% of the electorate, African Americans. That turnout greater than what Barack Obama got here in 2008 or in 2012. Now, the other important demographic here for Jones, women, specifically white, well-educated women in this state. And you could call it the mom effect here. Women with children under the age of 18 turned out for Doug Jones, voted for him by a broad 35 percentage points. Doug Jones putting together a unique coalition to pull off this stunning upset. And you can't discount the fact that there were Republicans here who voted for a Democrat for the first time in their adult lives because they couldn't stomach a vote for Roy Moore following the allegations against him or some of his inflammatory comments from the past. And there were also the Republicans who chose to sit this one out. Another important number there. Roy Moore, in the end, could not activate the conservative and Christian base that he thought he could. Dave, Christine.
Kaylee, a former sportscaster like myself, many of our colleagues saying this is Charles Barkley's biggest win of his career. Thanks for being up early for us. We appreciate it.
All right, President Trump was all in on Moore. When it was clear the Republican seat was lost, his reaction was tame by Trump tweeting standards. The president tweeting this: "Congratulations to Doug Jones on a hard-fought victory. The write-in votes played a very big factor, but a win is a win. The people of Alabama are great, and the Republicans will have another shot at this seat in a very short period of time. It never ends."
But one White House source tells CNN the result is, quote, devastating for the president, describing it as an earthquake. Finger pointing already underway with calls for the president to replace his political director, Bill Stepien.
All right, let's go live to Washington, bring in CNN politics reporter Tal Kopin, Sarah Westwood, the White House correspondent for the Washington Examiner, and Ron Brownstein, CNN's senior political analyst and senior editor of The Atlantic. Ron, the number cruncher that you are,
Yeah.
Ron Brownstein.
Yes.
Tell me, what did you see in that race last night?
Well, look, what I mostly saw was a confirmation of the trends that have already been developing in 2017, where the groups that have been the most disaffected, disenchanted, if not disgusted by President Trump in polling have turned out for Democrats. What we saw in Alabama largely confirmed what we saw in Virginia and New Jersey governor's races in November, where the Democrat was buoyed by three big movements. One, you had an enormous turnout among African Americans and a big margin at 96%. Second, you had the Republicans really struggling with younger voters, and the Democrats won not only 60% of everybody under 30, but 60% of everybody under 45 in Alabama, and that was after winning 70% of millennials in New Jersey and Virginia. Worth noting here, millennials will surpass the baby boom in 2018 for the first time ever as the largest generation of eligible voters. And then the third big piece were the suburban white voters that polling has shown President Trump significantly underperforming with. Doug Jones won 40% of them. That doesn't sound like a really big number, but it's double what President Obama did in 2012, the last time we had a good exit poll. And among those college white women, as you were discussing, it was up to about 45%. That was enough to overcome what we could call the Trump coalition of older, rural, blue-collar, and evangelical whites. And there was even a little erosion there. Finally, the Trump factor. Over the last 20 years, the votes in congressional elections have increasingly tracked the way people feel about the incumbent president. 93% of the people who disapproved of President Trump voted for Doug Jones. 87% of the people who disapproved of Trump voted Democratic in Virginia, 82% in New Jersey. That's what we have been seeing over the last 20 years. The relationship is holding under President Trump, and that's bad news for Republicans who will be running in places in 2018, particularly in the House, where he's less popular considerably than he was in Alabama.
Ron has the numbers to show what happened last night. The New York papers, they just have one horse to sum up what happened in Alabama. Two papers, one horse named Sassy. But this isn't just front page news here in New York or in Alabama, Sarah. It's around the world. France, Germany, Spain, the UK, around the world. And that's in particular because of the message this sends to the president. The blow it is, you see there in your lower left, to the President of the United States. What does it mean for his influence as we move forward?
Well, the blow to President Trump is largely self-inflicted. Trump had a clean opportunity to break with Roy Moore when the rest of his party was doing it in October, when these allegations of sexual misconduct first emerged. The RNC pulled back. Senator Mitch McConnell came out and said that Roy Moore should drop out of the race. That was President Trump's opportunity to wash his hands of this defeat, and we wouldn't be having this conversation right now about the message that Roy Moore's loss sent to President Trump. But because Trump decided to not just endorse Roy Moore, but go down to Pensacola, Alabama's backyard, and campaign on behalf of him, to record a robocall, to go on the attack against Doug Jones, calling him a Pelosi, Schumer, liberal Democrat. These are the kinds of things that exposed President Trump to criticism, and it will really reflect poorly on the White House's political operation as it moves into its most critical test when 2018 starts.
Tal, I wonder what's going on inside the White House as they try to move forward here and figure out who has the president's ear. Listen to what the Senate Leadership Fund said about Steve Bannon, that Bannon is to blame for this. This is a brutal reminder that candidate quality matters, regardless of where you are running. Not only did Steve Bannon cost us a critical Senate seat in one of the most Republican states in the country, but he also dragged the President of the United States into his fiasco. Do you think there'll be a shakeup?
There very well may be. I was sort of musing aloud on Twitter. I feel like Mitch McConnell this morning must be like those theater masks, like happy and sad at the same time, because, there's a bit of glee for the establishment Republicans that Steve Bannon suffered a loss here and really embarrassed the Republican Party. And certainly, even though Mitch McConnell has to be sick to his stomach to lose a ruby red Republican seat in the Senate, there is an element of a victory for those Republicans who have wanted to see the party move away from the influence of Steve Bannon and perhaps think that Trump's base isn't quite as dominant as it seemed in the presidential election. And so there's a swirl of things here, and Ron brings up an excellent point about House moderates who are running in districts. They're already a little bit squeamish about some of the things the Republican Party has been pushing. This type of wave could really wipe them out. And so across the board, the White House political operation in terms of the 2018 midterms, but also legislatively and how Congress is able to move forward. You know, the president's hand is weakened there. So when you talk about a shockwave, I mean, the implications of this really reverberate throughout Washington now going forward.
Ron, Lindsey Graham said had Roy Moore won, he would have been the gift that keeps on giving to Democratic politics. Jeff Flake tweeted decency wins. Cory Gardner of Colorado said the NRSC will never support Roy Moore. Is there any hint of relief, do you think, inside the Senate as far as the Republican Party goes?
Well, it was kind of a lose-lose, Dave, right? I mean, obviously it's tremendously painful to lose the vote and be down to 51-49. But yes, if Roy Moore won, it would have been a kind of a symbol the Democrats would have used for as long as he was in the Senate. Look, obviously Roy Moore is a uniquely vulnerable candidate with unique liabilities. But as I said, what is striking about this is not what is unique to Alabama, but what is common to what we are seeing in 2017. And if you are in particular one of those House Republicans, because I think this is where this really kind of hits home, in a suburban district, and you are looking at places like Madison County or Shelby County or the counties with the University of Alabama and Auburn, in all of them, Doug Jones ran 20 points better, or roughly 20 points better than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And as I said, you doubled the share among college-educated whites. That is kind of an ominous footfall, especially given how resistant many of those voters are to this tax bill that Republicans are trying to kind of push through here in the final weeks of 2017.
I'm so glad you bring that up, because, Sarah, I wanted to ask you about the legislative agenda here. Now, when you look at the balance of power, there's one seat in the Senate for next year, and you've got a Republican Party that wants to do tax reform quickly now and has very high hopes next year. Some have been whispering about entitlement reform.
Bob Corker's already out on tax reform.
Yeah, so what about the legislative agenda? What are the implications?
Well, certainly now Republicans see that the clock is ticking on tax reform. They have a self-imposed deadline of getting this done by the end of the year. It's something they've been talking about for months now. But now they have a procedural deadline, because once Doug Jones is seated in January, that gives congressional leaders a lot less wiggle room as they move this bill through conference. Like you mentioned, they already lost Bob Corker when the Senate passed its version of tax reform. They don't know that they will have another defector once the final product comes out of conference. And given the ominous implications of this race for 2018, Republicans know that they need to have something to run on. You saw how many Republicans stayed home in Alabama because President Trump is just not popular. Republicans are not delivering, and Roy Moore wasn't exciting. So they know now that more than ever, they need to have at least one legislative accomplishment to tout out on the campaign trail next year. It just makes tax reform that much more important.
On the other hand, real quick, you are looking at a bill that has a 32% roughly approval rating, the lowest we've seen for a major policy. This tax bill is less popular than some tax increases that we've seen over the last 25 years. So it's not clear whether passing this is going to alleviate or compound the problems for Republicans, particularly in these white-collar suburban districts.
Well, that largely depends on economic growth. If what the Republicans think will happen does, then they're going to be just fine. Really increases the influence of people like Jeff Flake, Susan Collins, John McCain. The power they wield now is hard to understate. But, Tal, it's also hard to understate the potential historical consequences of Jeff Sessions as Attorney General. When you consider that 2018 could flip Senate control, and when you consider that the special counsel, depending on what he finds on this Russia investigation, how significant is that selection of Jeff Sessions as AG?
Well, I think you just put it there, Dave, in the question. It's incredibly significant. Now, keep in mind, the map is still very difficult for Democrats in 2018. We can't overstate that. You have 10 Democrats in very vulnerable positions, but they're probably breathing a little easier after this Doug Jones win, and Republicans are probably a lot more concerned about seats like Nevada and Arizona. There is the potential for a flip, but you're right. The cascading effects now of Donald Trump naming Sessions as his AG from the Russia investigation to now losing this seat.
Wow.
The president was already frustrated. You have to wonder if that's going to grow.
All right, Tal Cope and Sarah Westwood, Ron Brownstein. Nice to see you all this morning. Thank you so much for your analysis. And then there's this. Was the president making a sexual insinuation when he said a New York senator would, quote unquote, do anything for campaign contributions? And this morning, one editorial says the president isn't even fit to clean toilets. More next.
President's tweets again leading to controversy. He's attacking New York's Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Gillibrand calling for the president's resignation, citing the many sexual misconduct allegations against him. Now, Mr. Trump being roundly criticized for tweeting Gillibrand, quote, would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them.
The president's critics claim he was insinuating the senator would accept sexual favors for financial support. This scathing indictment of Mr. Trump from the typically restrained USA Today editorial board. Get this, a president who would all but call Senator Kirsten Gillibrand a whore is not fit to clean the toilets in the Barack Obama Presidential Library or to shine the shoes of George W. Bush. This isn't about the policy differences we have with all presidents or our disappointment in some of their decisions. Donald Trump, the man, is uniquely awful. More now from CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House.
Good morning, Christina and Dave. President Trump has injected himself squarely in the middle of the sexual harassment debate once again, going after, in a personal way, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, calling her a lightweight who would, quote, do anything for political contributions. This prompted this uproar over what the president meant by do anything for contributions. At the White House briefing on Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders said this.
Many, including Senator, thinks that it's about sexual innuendos.
I think only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way. And so no.
So Sanders pushing back on the fact that there was any sexual innuendo intended by the do anything remark. But as for Senator Gillibrand, she reacted strongly to the president. She was on Capitol Hill, joined by other Democrats throughout the day, saying that President Trump simply cannot talk like this to Democratic senators or others.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
So this back and forth puts President Trump again in the middle of this sexual harassment debate that's shaking the world of politics, media, and Hollywood. The president is saying he did not do what any of his accusers said. Now, many Democrats on Capitol Hill calling for his resignation or a congressional investigation into any of that. As for the White House, Sarah Sanders said the president would not participate in any type of an investigation on Capitol Hill into any of these allegations of wrongdoing. Dave and Christine.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks.
It wasn't just the president's critics that felt there was some innuendo in that tweet. Rick Santorum, longtime supporter of President Trump, said on CNN yesterday he took that tweet the same way as everyone else, unfortunately.
All right, 51 minutes past the hour, Bitcoin just hit another record high, but the chief U.S. financial regulator has a message for Bitcoin investors. Buyer beware. Details on CNN Money Stream next.
Secretary of State Rex Tillerson says the U.S. is ready for talks with North Korea without preconditions. Not exactly in line with the president's position, says it has not changed, but Tillerson makes it clear if North Korea makes bad choices, the U.S. is prepared to act.
We're ready to talk anytime they'd like to talk. But they have to come to the table, and they have to come to the table with a view that they do want to make a different choice. In the meantime, our military preparedness is strong. I will continue our diplomatic efforts until the first bomb drops.
Pyongyang has dramatically ramped up the pace of its missile program in 2017, firing 23 missiles since February. Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton expected to name a replacement for Senator Al Franken today. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune reporting he'll choose his Lieutenant Governor Tina Smith, and sources say Smith plans to run for the seat in a special election next year. Franken announced last week his intention to resign after he was accused of improper conduct toward more than a half a dozen women.
All right, let's get a check on CNN Money Stream this morning. Global stocks mostly lower after another record high day on Wall Street, folks. Bank stocks pushed the Dow and the S&P 500 to all-time highs. The Nasdaq closed lower, though, on a dip in tech shares. The two-day meeting of the Federal Reserve concludes today. The central bank expected to raise interest rates, the third hike this year. This is the last meeting for Janet Yellen. Bitcoin just hit another record high, closing in on 20 grand. It was $800 at the beginning of the year, I think. But the chief U.S. financial regulator has a message for investors. Buyer beware. SEC Chairman Jay Clayton is urging extreme caution with virtual currencies, warning investors to be wary if an opportunity sounds too good to be true or if you are pressured to act quickly. Unlike traditional currencies, the virtual coins aren't tied to a central bank. They're mined by an algorithm in a computer. You can't hold them. You can't touch them. Kind of made up internet money. What could go wrong? Ticket sales are strong with The Last Jedi. Star Wars, The Last Jedi doesn't come out till Friday, but it has already become the top advanced ticket seller of the year. That's according to Fandango. The Last Jedi toppled another Disney production, Beauty and the Beast, for the top spot. It is on track for an opening weekend of $200 million. It may not beat the previous Star Wars film. The Force Awakens had a big box office opening, the biggest box office opening in movie history. I will not see it on the opening day because I don't do that because I don't like crowds. But I will see it. I will do it. I will see it. I mean, I think it's getting great reviews.
93% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yep. All right. So long. Thanks for joining us. I'm Christine Romans.
I'm Dave Briggs. New Day has you covered on all things Alabama related. We'll see you tomorrow.